Holy shit, what a performance.
Dude, shutout.
What a performance.
Fantastic.
Shutout against one of the best of all time in the division. Former champion. Beats his ass and submits him.
I wonder what he's asking Dana for here.
Wow.
That was impressive.
Did it make sense Brady would hire a mental coach like that? Because remember, he's undefeated, never lost. And when you get, your ass handed to you, you're like, oh, fuck, I'm not the end-all be-all.
When is Bilal fighting Jack?
2 months?
Is that 2 months?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
I don't know.
See if Jamie can find it. Fucking unbelievable, man. I'm super impressed.
Montreal, UFC 315, May 10th.
Wow. I won't be there.
I don't go to Canada anymore.
I know.
No, nor should you. No, disappointed.
Yeah, I'd rather go to Russia.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
When they become the U.S., you never know.
That's never going to happen. That's so crazy. They asked them to be the 51st state. I had a conversation with Trump about it. He goes, I started calling him Governor Trudeau just for fun. And a lot of people were saying it's a good idea. Like, maybe it is a good idea. A lot of people say it. Look at this fucking squeeze, man.
Did you ever work with a mental coach, Gordon? You seem pretty mentally fucking strong.
No, I believe that confidence is built in the gym.
Through training, yeah.
From doing, if you hit an armbar 10 times out of 10 times in training, you're pretty confident that's going to work. But if you don't hit it in training, why would you be confident?
Do you have moments in your past where you had a lapse of concentration and then you realized never do that again?
Yes, I'm pretty good at analyzing mistakes, and then fixing them. Coming up, I would be super hot and cold. I would beat a lot of guys, and then I'd have one disastrous match at purple belt or something, or brown belt. And then I was everyone was always your Tom or friends were how are you beat everyone up in the gym and you can't translate it to the mat? And I was I don't know, man. I feel eventually I'm gonna get good, and then I'll be good everywhere, and no one will be able to beat me in any position. And then kind of just going through the reps in the gym, and got to a point where I was beating everyone from every position. So just
you accelerated your skill set so far beyond that you just were so confident that you didn't need to.
Yeah, but I mean there definitely is the it factor that you can't really put your finger on. Most guys, even at the highest levels, if you give them the reason to quit, they'll quit. So you can be as technically sound as you want. Even guys who are super good technically, and you see a lot of jiu-jitsu who are super good technically, if they just get pushed hard and they don't have success early on, they either crush a guy in the first 5 minutes or they lose the match.
Well, that's why you like those no time limit fights, right? Like the Felipe fight.
Yeah, well, I think I'm a lot stronger mentally than everyone I compete against, but also it's a big physical factor because of the fact that when you have a 30-minute match, for example, the most important thing is the work rate. So it doesn't matter how good your cardio is, how high your VO2 max is. If you're working twice as hard as I am, you're going to get tired faster than I am. It's just so. Because I'm so much more technical, because the gap in skill is so big between me and the next best guy, their work rate is always 3, 4, 5 times as high as mine.
They have to explode, they have to move quickly.
So it doesn't matter how good your cardio is. If I ran a mile, it wouldn't be impressive. But because I'm so much more efficient, the work rate is so much higher for my opponents that they just fatigue a lot faster.
Crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
It's crazy too that you lay out the blueprint of what to do. Train 365 days a year, constantly study, constantly go over positions, constantly drill things, constantly improve upon techniques, and then you put the techniques out.
Yeah.
And you put them out in instructionals, and people still can't.
Well, that's what everyone always talks about. Everybody always talks about hard work, but the hardest work is mental work. There's a reason why guys on Wall Street make more money than guys who dig ditches, because they work hard. It's not just physical. Everyone has no problem coming in, getting a sweat, going home, being sore, stuff like that. But if you ask them to sit down and watch an hour's worth of instruction every night from a Gordon Ryan instructional, which is proven to work in competition, nobody wants to do that.
You can't do it. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? You can give them the tools, but they won't build the house.
Yeah.
Straight up.
All of my, I have 40 instructionals, hundreds of hours worth of instructionals that I do, and I reference matches that I hit this and the exact technique in competition at world level. and just no one's picked up on it.
No one at all.
They kind of just like grab stuff, like they see me do like a move, and they kind of just like get the basics of it. But no one's really like in depth studied it and like been able to perform the moves in competition. It's like embarrassing for the sport.
That's so crazy. It's so interesting that the thing that you would need is just a work ethic.
Like everyone's just like, oh, he's just like a big juice head. And I'm just like, okay, guys, but this makes my job easier. I'm glad that we all are agreeing on this because it just makes my job so much easier.
But the stuff he's talking about it also isn't exciting, you know?
Right.
You gotta be super disciplined.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But like what wins wars is technology and information. Like usually, like a country with more technology, more access to technology and information is going to be able to win a war.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing for fighting. Like if you know more, most of the time you're going to be able to win more. Like if I'm beating these guys because I know more than they do. Everybody's tough. Everybody's strong. Everybody's like, it's there's guys, or even the best guys in the world are super inconsistent. Like they'll win 2, they'll lose 1, they'll win 4, they'll lose 2. But when you know more than everyone in every given position, it's like pretty easy.
What's going on? You were telling me your stomach's getting better now.
I can eat a little bit more. Like I'm eating like better meals, but training hard is still tough. Like whenever my heart rate gets super high, I start to get like tired from like a hard session. I still get super nauseous. So
I can't believe no one has found a solution to that.
That's wild.
Have you run your blood work through Chat GPT, or you done any of that, or the symptoms?
GPT thing, I got to do that. You talked to me about that the other day.
Yeah.
But doctors know more about space, or we know more about space than we do the stomach. And my issues in the small intestine, which is like the hardest one to treat, because like they can look at your stomach with an endoscopy, and they can look at your large intestine with a colonoscopy. But to like figure out what the fuck's going on in your small intestine is like a completely, like they can't scope it. So it's hard.
It's crazy that. It all comes from antibiotics.
Oh yeah, antibiotics fucked my life up way more than anything else I've ever done to myself.
That's
like
so
like,
crazy.
by far. Yeah.
But you're not supposed to do them the way you did them, right? You're not supposed to take antibiotics for a year.
Well, so it was like if you get staph and you don't treat it,
You
it just
die.
spreads and you die.
Yeah.
So it was like I got caught in this like cycle where it was like I got staph, I took antibiotics, and then I'd be good for 2 days. Got staph, took antibiotics, got staph, took antibiotics, got staph. So it was just like I'd have like 3 days of training, and then I would just get staph again because once my stomach started to get affected and my immune system wasn't as strong, my body was trying to fix my stomach, and then I would get staph because my immune system wasn't as strong. So then I'd take antibiotics, and then that would destroy my stomach, make my immune system weaker, and then I'd get staph again. So I just got caught in this cycle, and I'm sitting there like, I'm not a pussy. I'm not going to stop training. So it was just me training the whole time, regardless of what was going on. Like I would not train when I had the staph, but I wasn't going to like take time off and like try to deal with my stomach. I was just like, fucking gotta compete next month.
Damn. Mental toughness can sometimes fuck you up.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about trying like a long fast?
I mean, I've been forced into like 2-week fasts, like
2 weeks?
yeah, like pretty much like not eating hardly anything. I was actually before I fought Roberto Gymnast, that one time I called the armbar. I was in the hospital like 2 days before that, getting IVs because I just hadn't eaten in like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Whoa,
Just like couldn't eat anything.
that's crazy. So obviously, then that's not going to cure it.
No. And the problem is, it's like everything is trial and error. So it's like, oh, try this for 8 weeks. Fucking 8 weeks is a long time, and you can try it, and you can't like do everything at one time because then you don't know, like you said, like I just threw everything at it.
Yeah.
I don't know what's actually making me feel good.
Yeah.
Because so it's like you have to add one thing and take away one thing at a time.
What about your diet? Does anything help in that regard?
I couldn't even eat red meat for a long time. Like everyone was suggesting carnivore, but my stomach just wouldn't digest it. Like fast food screws me up. Steaks sometimes still mess me up. Spicy food I can't do. Like light chicken and rice, eggs.
God,
So very
disaster.
bland.
Crazy
Crazy.
fucking disaster.
Crazy that you're still able to operate at such a high level with such a giant fucking problem that would really end most people's careers.
That's what it is. Everybody's got their issues.
I know, but I just can't imagine
Yours
that with
is-
all the resources of the world that someone hasn't reached out to
Just a
as a
bellyache.
solution. Yeah.
It's a tummy ache, man.
You know, I mean, isn't it kind of crazy that you think that there's not one guy out there in Australia or some shit that's figured it out?
I mean,
That same issue.
Yeah.
well, I mean, there was the first time I came on this show, a ton of people have reached out. I finally found that guy who, like, first of all, when you go to a normal GI doctor, like the guy in California did tests that none of the other GI doctors even know exist. And I'm like, I don't know how that's, like, if you ask me a question in jiu-jitsu, it's like X, Y, Z. Whereas, like, you go to one doctor and he has no idea what the other tests were that I got ran on me by another doctor, which is just so insane. So there's one guy that actually ran tests, and he was like, oh, all these things are wrong with you, and now it's a question of how can we treat them. But, like, most of the doctors I went to, like all the best doctors in the U.S., just did, like, an endoscopy, like some basic blood work, and they're like, oh, you're fine. Like, I'm definitely not fine.
So this other doctor that said, this is what's wrong with you, this is what was his solution?
Well, it's just a bunch of things. Like, I mean, I could sit here and list for 5 minutes of things that are wrong with me, but it was like, you know, we're going to do a lot of holistic stuff, like over-the-counter stuff, like binders to like deal with like mold poisoning, toxic issues, and then a lot of like probiotics, prescription antifungals, like just a combination of stuff, like Glutashield, like you just drink it and it like coats the lining of your esophagus and your stomach. Because my big issue is with the small intestine, where the food and bile back up into the stomach, and it just sits there because the small intestines are so
And that's what makes you
infected.
nauseous.
Yeah, so it's like you eat food, you get full fast, and the food just sits in your stomach and just like rots in your stomach. It doesn't filter down.
Oh, God. Damn.
Yeah, it's great.
It's fun times.
It's basically like being seasick 24/7.
And what is your thoughts on competing again?
Well, right now we're just trying to open up the school. So I've been trying to open up this damn school for like 2 years up in North Austin. So once we're like right at the tail end of getting that open. So once we get that open up and running, then I'll jump back in if I'm healthy.
And there's nothing you can do differently than what you're doing now.
I mean, I do follow-ups with the guy. Like, so for example, it keeps evolving. So like they got that fungal issue they think under control, but because the fungal issue in the small intestines now is resolved, or mostly resolved, they think. The lining of the intestines is so inflamed, like a scar basically, that you have mast cells underneath your intestinal wall. So they're like garbage bags. So when food or stomach acid leaks through the intestinal wall and hits the mast cells, they shoot histamines back up to try to prevent it from leaking into your bloodstream. So every time I eat food, I just get like this adrenal response, because they just shoot histamines back up into my intestine, from under my intestinal walls back into my intestines, and it just sends my body into like a state of shock. So like when it was really bad, I would like every time I eat a meal, my heart rate would go up to like 150. Whoa. And just sit there for like 30 minutes, and then like your heart rate goes up, and your digestive system just stops. So it was like it would just send my body into like a full panic attack every time I ate a meal. And I'm like, oh, this is sick. And now it's gotten like a little bit better. It's starting to heal a little bit, but it's still not 100%. So it's like one problem just like evolved into another problem. And then like because the leaky gut was so bad, like my kids were shutting down because they couldn't filter out the like that's when I like took a leave of absence or retired, whatever you want to call it. But that after I fought Bagger the one time when we first met, like it was my leaky gut was so bad, my kidneys started to shut down.
Jesus.
And then like my blood pressure's high.
Have they ever tried oral BPC 157?
I've been on that for like 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Has that had any effect?
Combination of like it definitely helps.
You gotta
Like,
try the shop method. Whatever they tell you the
Toss
doses.
the sink at it.
just do, yeah.
For your whole bottle.
3 times as much.
Let's see what happens with a
I'm
whole
just
bottle.
hoping Elon makes it cyborgs.
Yeah.
Get me in the stomach, I'll be ready to go.
My flight's at 7:30, Joe.
All right, dog. Let's wrap this up. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Love you
Fun
guys.
times.
See you guys.
Love you too. See you. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Took the glasses off. I was hoping you would keep them on.
You want me to keep them on?
You can pull them off. Some dudes can't pull off douchey glasses.
You think
You know
he's douchey?
A little bit if I didn't know you, but I know you.
All
You're
right,
not douchey at all, so you wear cool glasses.
Well, these are requests by you, so I can wear what I want.
You've been wearing them a
There
lot.
he
I like
is.
them.
Yeah, I do.
How
And
you
they kind
do?
of, it's like having a...
Are you ready? Which game would you like me to whoop your ass?
But we're gonna put that.
Oh, you want darts? I see.
I don't think we're gonna do that. Well, no.
Zoot, I'm gonna whoop your ass so badly you might start tearing up. That was great. Okay. Dude, Zoot, you've been practicing.
No, that wasn't that good.
Zoot, shut up, man. You got a ton. You got 88. Get that 13. Just put me out of my misery. Get that 7. Check out. That's how it's done.
You made it wrong. But
All right, you're up 1-0.
you got for the ball. You hit the ball penalty. You'd be better off if you missed the whole rule.
Right. That's just how it is.
That was like, what's it? I got 7-0.
Technically, it's probably a 6 out of 10 because it's like 60 points.
I won. Oh my god, how did you fuck up? I don't
Purposefully.
think I'm gonna do much better.
Oh, Zoot, you're on fire tonight. Dude, Zoot, you've never played better. Dude, Zoot, get that 13.
Well, I didn't realize you can win on a triple 13. Double 13. Yeah.
Oh, Zoot, you're unstoppable today. Finally, Zoot. Triple Zoot. You're playing out of your face.
Until then. Remember, you could bait me this time.
I know.
Why didn't you bait me?
Why not? Because I want to go in a showdown. Don't throw it really far away.
You have to get it close to the middle of the
Yes, I did, son.
I'm adjust.
Good
It's
enough.
really close game.
I wonder what happens if you tie on the throw. If you go to like double overtime.
Let's test the next game.
Dog, I don't know how we would test it.
We missed the board.
Oh, that's a thought. Very good idea, Zoo. Very good. That was very creative.
Oh, what the hell? I thought it was on the show.
Oh, check out. You got me.
I'm feeling next game going to be good. Wow, you are bad at this. That's a good game. However,
Double two. Zoot.
what? I thought you were going to win then.
I busted. Zoot checked out. Zoot's on fire today. All right, let's test it. Zoot, what the fuck? Are you stupid?
I fucked up. Sorry, I fucked up.
I just said, let's test it. And you're like, okay. And then you just throw it at the board.
Yeah, that was an accident.
How was it an accident?
What the fuck? Next one. Next one, I promise next one. I wasn't checking. I have a feeling we're going to tie here as well. The good news is you got the win.
Yeah, I'll take it.
What was that?
I don't know, Zoot. What do you think it was?
Really bad. Like,
Get that double 20.
right, you just need a double 18.
Easy.
Triple 7.
Get that 20, Zoot.
That should have been a pass. That's a triple. Oh my god.
9.9 out of 10.
We're still gonna tie. Don't fuck up that.
Fuck, Zoot.
Rabbi,
I know I'm your favorite, baby. How couldn't I be? I'm fun. I'm hilarious. I'm sexy. smart in the total package. Now let's see you get 101. So we tie. Got it. Perfect game, Zoot. I did a 3, a 2, and a 1.
Fuck. That's the one we dream of.
Yes, it is. But I think we dream of the double bullseye and a 1, I think is better. But we dream of it, Zoot, and I got it. Nice triple. Get it.
So much better at this.
I don't know about that. Get a 14.
14?
Yep. No, just a single 14. Okay, good job. Now I'm going to get 3 20s.
No, you just ain't got triple.
Here we go, baby. Zoot, throw it away. Don't hit the board. Okay, Zoot didn't hit the dartboard. You didn't hit the dartboard. What happens? Playoff, closest to the middle. So they just do it again. What was that?
Well, aiming for the bottom 3. Go. Don't hit the double. I was aiming for the 3.
All right, it just says playoff, so just make it.
Oh, okay. There we go. I was saying if you hit the 3 down there, double.
Why would that make you win? Why would that make you win if you hit the 3?
No. I was trying to hit the 3 to see like how far away you had to be. Like how far away you had to be from the ball. Like if you could get on the black spot, it's still count.
Oh, I gotcha.
Holy shit, that was good. Actually, I need to get a 777.
And you did. Beautifully, Zoot.
You just need to get it on. Is there any way that we can actually just score the same? You're playing a little bit better than me right now.
I've changed my style.
Change your style, just get lucky.
No, I've changed my style.
Okay, that was bad. Hello? Better check next day.
Okay.
I feel like shit. Yeah, I feel good if I'm check, man.
You're done, Zoot. Triple 20. Oh, get it.
Come on.
Get it. That was good.
It was good, it wasn't great though. Nah, it was better than yours though.
I'll take it. Get that 20. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm not. We're going to a tie break.
Fuck, Zoot. I busted.
So we're going to a tie break. You're going to hit a 20 and another 20. Go. You're okay.
Triple five.
I just lost.
5. Double 20. Dude, you fucked me, man.
I helped you.
No, you didn't. You fucked me. Get that 777.
You're going to boss.
Oh, baby.
Oh, what?
35. You can beat that. $20. Bust. Got it. You've been practicing. Double 16. You've been practicing because you did not have this big of a lead on me. Yet I think I'm better than you are. One. 20.
Man, I think we've got more perfect games than you.
Yeah, it's 3-2 on that, I think. Oh, that was terrible. Get it in the middle.
Fuck that weekend. This is bad.
555. I busted on. How did I bust? Garbage. Seven. Get that 9. Bust. I've got you here. Gotcha. Fuck.
Hurt people, hurt people.
What are you saying? Hurt people, hurt people. That's things that like people who abuse people say.
I don't know. It's sort of podcast. Alright, ready? With eyes closed. Both my eyes are closed.
Gotcha.
Get the can and watch my eyes are closed. Now they're open. Can't win.
Dude, I'm better than you are. I'm better than you at this game.
Why's your players?
What'd you say?
Your favorite car sounds the Flintstones, right?
No, it's Jetsons.
Close.
But it's Family Guy.
Why do you like Family Guy? That's a terrible show.
Family Guy's amazing, dude. Oh, fuck. I knew I shouldn't have done that. 25. 20. 20. Oh, fuck. $14. Check out at 15.
What's the best Spider-Man movie?
Oh, the first one?
First one?
Yeah, dog.
Let's tell people guys the best Spider-Man.
Oh, not necessarily. You just busted, Zoot. So did I.
Who's the worst one?
I don't know them all. I've only seen the first one, I think. Joey Diaz is in the second one, so that might be a really good one.
Right?
Joey Diaz is in the second one.
Okay.
All right, Zoot. 501 Pro. Oh, I fucked up. 501 Pro. Last game. I need a break after this.
Spider-Man 8.
Is there a Spider-Man 8?
No, there's a Spider-Man 4 coming.
All right. Who plays it? That loser?
There's two Spider-Man 4s. There's a Tom Holland's getting his fourth Spider-Man, and then Tobey Maguire's getting his fourth Spider-Man.
Cool, man. What's your favorite Spider-Man? Zoot, what's your favorite Spider-Man?
Spider-Man 2.
Did you know Joey Diaz is in that?
Maybe Spider-Man 1. Maybe Spider-Man 2 or Spider-Man.
Did you know that Joey Diaz is in Spider-Man 2?
Oh,
Did you know that Joey Diaz is in Spider-Man 2?
yeah.
There you go. Do you know what role he plays?
No.
He's on the subway. I think it's a talking role. He just says like,
You know,
Zoo.
I don't know, the Marvel movies all went to shit when Stan Lee died.
I'm in agreement with you.
The last good Marvel movie is Ant-Man again. There's a had cameo in all the Spider-Man.
Right, dude. You had two triple 20s. 140. That's the most any of us either of us have ever gotten. That was phenomenal. And now, because I have an odd number. 20.
But because I have a
20. Double 20. You got it. You won. All right, I need a break.
that was my 200th win.
Well, great job, Sue. You've been
How many
cheating.
games you played?
You've been okay, let's see who's had more wins. How do you check? Okay. You have played 399 and won 200, which is just like a little more than 50% winning percentage. I've played 321 and won 135, which is less than 200, less than 50%. But you play against a lot of douches. Do you know who was on the most recent Joe Rogan? Zoo.
No, I don't.
Take a guess.
Marcus Allen?
Marcus Allen?
No. I don't know.
Take a guess.
Was it Elon again?
No. But not a bad guess. Perhaps a bigger guess than Elon would have been.
Donald Trump?
Not that big. Zoot. Come on, guess. Yeah, you looked it up, you loser douche. You would say, all right, are they from the United States? And I would say yes or no. And then you'd be like, are they from England? I'd be like, pretty close. Then you'd be like, all right, are they from England? Like a colony? And I'd be like,
I'm Bono.
you aren't Bono. So we're going to watch Joe Rogan and Bono right now. Just one moment.
I would have never guessed that they were on Joe. Okay.
Why not?
It's like, oh, the bigger than anyone. Like, it's bigger than anyone.
Bono?
I don't know who it is.
Yeah, dude, Bono in like 2006 was like a religious figure. All right, Zoot. Ready to play another game?
Go on.
Just give me a second. You think you could beat me in literati?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
I don't know.
Okay, you want to play?
I fucking love the film. It was really great.
You saw it?
Watched it last night. Yeah.
Oh,
It's cool too because I always feel special when
I'll
I gotta
send you
enter the
everything.
password because I know that nobody else has seen it yet. You know, I gotta enter in the email and the password, and I watched it. And I screen mirrored it on the TV. It was great, man. And it was so like almost like a fever dream. It was wild, like the way he set it up, all black
Yeah,
and white.
you get past the first 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So even my own mates are like, "Oh, don't do that." It's like, wow, and it is like a fever dream.
Yes.
That opening, but that really happened to me. So
It was great, man. It's great. And it's also like, I love the way you did it. Like, you played the beginning of some songs and you talked about the origin of the songs. The thing that I have a hard time believing, though, is that you weren't a good singer when you were young.
well, you know, punk rock, you're a bit of a shout. You know, that's really what you do. You just get up there and shout. I'm shouting at God. I'm shouting at everyone. I'm shouting at the band. I've seen it when we're doing I Will Follow.
Yeah.
That's really true. So I'm there.
Look how great a shot that was.
improvising the song that becomes
Not at
I
all.
Will Follow. If you
It was a
walk
bad
away,
shot.
walk away. And it's like this. Wow, we're trying to just do something original. And we're really ripping off. The irony is we're really ripping off Public Image Limited. This Johnny Rotten became John Lydon again for this band called Public Image Limited back in the late 70s. And I'm singing about, you know, it's a suicide note, really. And I'm singing
dude,
about
I'm done.
this. I'm saying, like, what's it about?
I should
And
just give
said,
you
I
this
think
fucking cool.
it's this guy who's going to follow somebody into the grave. You know, they're going to. I think it's about it's a child following their mother,
Make
missing
it.
them so much that he'll follow them into the grave. Whoa! And then
Just make it.
we
Dude, just
realize
make
that
it.
our
All right,
rehearsal
pimp. Get ready
in
to
the Yellow
leave.
House is beside the cemetery. where
Dude,
my
it's a
mother
find
is
the hole.
buried, and I've
Whoa.
never visited her once or talked about her once. And we've been rehearsing there for months. And it's funny, you know, you can deny somebody in conversation, you can deny somebody to yourself, but in the songs, all that shit comes out.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
yeah. But thank you for watching it. That's
I loved it. It was such an interesting way you put it all together. I've never seen anybody do that like that. Like you did, like it's like a documentation of your career, but in this like
Get it.
very unique way.
Get
It's
it.
like
Get that
talking
tree.
about things and explaining these moments, and then the music plays, and it's all black and white. It was really cool.
Yeah, there's a sort of black and white lens in a kind of clarity. I did this series of shows in the Beacon Theater in New York, and it was going so well. We thought we should record
best
it.
shot you could
I will
have
tell you, the night before
right
we opened
there.
our show in New York,
What
by
you
Mrs.
just did.
Valley, said, I
fucked
don't think
me.
you should do this. Just please do not do this
Dude,
to
you fucked
yourself
me.
in front of a New York crowd. Cancel
Dude,
it
you
now.
fucked
Do
me.
what most people do on a book tour. Get somebody to interview them,
That
and
was
just they'll
that was
come
amazing.
anyway. Everyone will be happy. And I don't know. I just went for once.
Okay, so
and
are
I
you
didn't
ready,
take
big dog?
their sage advice, and I did it. And the difference was with an audience, it was funny. And she was like, "Oh, that's the bit I didn't get in the rehearsals. It's funny."
Oh, so what was she thinking? It was
Look how
It's
good
just
this shot is.
still
Stop.
self-indulgent. Here you are. I mean, all these things are a version of. Here's another great thing
Hit
about
my
me.
ball.
No, I mean it isn't. I was calling it a memoir,
Right.
me book, what I wrote myself, the memoir, and it is. Look, there's something narcissistic, and
Stop.
but it's your material. You know, that's what you get. It's not just your body. Your psychology is the canvas, and I grew up. John Lennon, Beatles were everything for me, and John Lennon made a sort of performance art out of his wedding to Yoko, and he did a bed in for peace, and he was ready to look ridiculous for peace. And I do ridiculous quite well, I'm told. So it was my definition, of really was to just go out
Dude, you
there.
saw
The
everybody
thing
knows
that
it.
being in U2, which has given me everything, took away anything was, people don't come on to our shows for a belly laugh. You know what I mean?
right.
So as a comedian, you understand that. It's like I wrote this line that came out of nowhere. I haven't put it in a song yet, I don't think, but I think it's laughter is the evidence of freedom. And I don't trust people talk about freedom now. I want people to be free. If you talk, be it then. Be it.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to be that on stage. I wanted to be loose. I wanted to be myself. I wanted to own up to the ridiculousness of my life, as I've just explained, the madness of my family. But it turns out it's everyone's family is a little.
What an
opera.
amazing shot.
And it is a bit of a soap
Dude,
opera.
you
but
just
it's
lost the lead, son.
also a real opera. These are big feelings, You're going after your dad, like you're like a young.
Dude, you just lost the
Elk is a
lead.
romantic word for it, but it's, you're just taking him on.
Yeah.
And this poor man he's lost his wife.
Another
He's
find
trying
the
to bring
hole?
up 2 kids. I'm just
Have we ever gotten
obnoxious
2 find the
kind of
holes in one round?
thing who somehow psychologically blames him for the death of my mother, because as Jim Sheridan says to me, it doesn't have to be actually true to be psychologically true. And that kids feel all these feelings, they don't have to be logical. And I went after my dad, and I, by playing him every night in the Beacon Theatre and around the world, I actually learned to love him. I learned to like him, actually. I always liked him. I learned to like him. He made me laugh more. So I got humor. Humor was the gift from that show.
And the humor was evident with the audience there. Yeah.
But not evident when
In
my
rehearsals.
missus came, which is why she wanted to pull the plug.
Well, rehearsals are hard. It's also hard when someone is too close to you.
Right.
They're there with you
Dude,
every
you
day.
need to score.
This is true with comedy as well. Like, if someone sees your act too many times, like if someone's traveling with you, like if my wife went to see my shows all the time, there's parts of it she'd be like, oh, don't do that. Oh, don't do this. Oh, like, that's not, like, you get too close to it. Like, she's too close to you. But to see it with fresh eyes, like to see it in front of that audience, the joy that they have when the music starts playing, when some of the songs that they love, it's amazing. Like, you could feel it in the show. It's like the pure joy. When they get so, because the people that came to see it were hardcore fans.
Right.
Well, what happened was Andrew Dominic, Australian director, and he did some of the shots with any audience. Just he cleared them out on the day off, and then some of them came in which were hardcore fans, as you say.
We
And
got 2 find the
that
holes.
was, in a way, that was the most terrifying. because I, as a performer, I'm drawn to spontaneous acts. That's what, when we started out.
So
as
you
a
have an
band,
invitation. What the
I was
fuck are you
attracted
doing?
to performers who I thought might leave the stage.
Zoo, what in the
and
fuck
follow
are
me
you
home,
doing?
Mug me, or tell my
Zoo.
fortune, or whatever.
Wow.
Zoo,
But
you have an
just- yeah,
invitation.
I mean, and I'm still trying. Iggy when I was growing up was the Patti Smith.
Zoo, what in the fuck are you
Patti
doing?
Smith used to enter the stage elbowing her way through the crowd.
Zoo, you
Myself and
have
Larry
the
Mullen, the drummer, and
invitation.
U2. We left stage one night and like when we were like 21, 20 years old, elbowing our way through the crowd to
You
get
still
out.
don't see it?
Got into a taxi in London, fucked off, and we felt a liberation. Breaking the fourth wall has been everything for our bands. Trying to smash it by surfing it,
Zoo, I'm gonna shut you off now
by
because you're a douche.
jumping into the crowd. I had the preposterous moment of
Your
going
shot
into
sucked dick,
the
son.
crowd in Los Angeles, I forget, the Forum or somewhere like that.
You won't. You're going
with
in
a
the
white
water.
flag, right?
I guarantee it.
Non-violent white flag. The same flag that I'm
Told ya.
still on about, the flag of surrender, right? In that show.
You're welcome,
Back then I'm
baby.
23 or whatever.
Oh, how didn't
and
that
I'm
go
going
in,
into the
Zoo?
crowd and I see people
You're going in the
who
water
are,
again.
pulling at me and all this. The next thing, I'm throwing a punch. Somebody in our own,
Your shot sucks.
That's how much.
I just scored, Doc. I just scored.
But I'm attracted to feral performers, I suppose is a word. For
Look
it.
how
It's just-
sick this
it's-
shot is, Zoo.
You're in it, and you're
It's
not
not
fully
contrived.
in control
So
of
you're
it.
playing with
Right.
one of the best people in the world at this
Mark
game.
Rylance is a great
What are
one.
you
Daniel
doing?
Day-Lewis walked off stage one night, saw a ghost of his father, rumor had it, when he was playing Hamlet.
Look how good this
Yeah.
shot is,
So
Zoo.
having the crowd in who knew what was going to happen, that unnerves me a bit. Because
Dude,
how
you're
do I
dog
surprise
shit.
them? Turns out, by making, I became a sit-down comic.
Zoo, you need to
Is that
play.
it? If you're a stand-up,
You need to be
for
better.
a minute, I was a sit-down comedian.
Well, what you're doing, and what I think what you're saying, what you're attracted to is something
One of the
that's not
sickest
contrived.
shots we've ever seen.
Something that's pure. It could be messy.
Dude, that was
It
a
could be
10 out
wild,
of
it could
10.
be, Patti Smith elbowing people, or you running through the crowds. It's real, and there's so much in this world that's not real. There's so much that's manufactured. There's so much that's produced.
Look how
and
sick that shot
through a
is, Zoo.
focus group, and there's so much that doesn't resonate. Like you don't feel it as a piece of art. You don't feel it as like a real person
Okay, that was
pouring
all right.
out their emotions.
But
their
I'm going to
soul.
make this
But
and
great
be
music,
crowned champion.
you feel it. It gets into you. It gets into your cells. It's a
Zoo,
no one can figure out how it works or why it works or why this does and this doesn't.
Zoo, you might
Why
have an
does Johnny
amazing
Cash have such a
comeback.
fucking cool voice? Like, what is it? What is it? Like, but there's something about real.
Make it. All you have
that's
to do is
just-
make
it's
the
like
shot.
a
It's
vitamin.
easy.
It's like going out in the sun when it's been raining. Like,
Make it.
Like you soak it in.
Yeah.
Zoo, make the
It is,
shot,
you know.
dude.
I mean, there's
Go.
potential ways to describe it. People say it's we first sang
Make it.
to each other before we spoke. Like bird song. I don't know who
Okay.
said that. It's probably on drugs, but it could have been a scientist. And anthropology
All right.
might suggest
Because I'm
we
looking your ass so
certainly-
badly, I would feel the same.
You go back to Greek tragedy. You had a drum and a voice, so it's very primal.
Yeah.
And it is a language of the spirit. It is somehow there is worship involved.
Oh,
whether
I'll
it's
show you the whole big dog.
God, nature, money.
Get that tree. Get that tree. Get that tree. Get that tree. Get
Extraordinary
that
woman
tree.
who's just walked across the street. But it seems to be that music is where we are creatures of awe
Yes.
and wonder. And you mentioned
You
Johnny
have a
Cash.
tough shot here.
I have
You have a very
had-
tough shot.
blessing in my life. of
Look at this
getting to
shot,
know
dude.
him. And as I believe
I
don't
didn't.
know,
I
I'm a
didn't,
believer.
though. I
I'm
didn't.
just not
I
very
made
good at
it.
But
And dude,
he,
even
was
though
no-
you went
not the
second,
highest bone in his body.
you still lost.
And I learned
Perfect
that
game,
by the
folks.
company he would choose. He didn't like get nervous.
You've never,
around people who were too
in your entire
self-righteous.
career, ever
And he
scored on
just
the
had
goal.
a huge spirit in him, you know, prayerful spirit.
That
Myself
was,
and Adam Clayton were
I'm gonna stop
driving
you.
through America, I think around the time of the Joshua Tree. And
Watch
I
me.
met Johnny a couple of years ago. You know, found out where he lived. He had a zoo in Nashville. He had a house in Nashville. And we go into to June.
Oh no, Zoo.
His missus and
Now's
John,
your chance.
and he shows us this table filled with plates of like just the two of us. He said, no, honey, that's my cookbook. I'm just doing a photo shoot for my
Yeah, I
cookbook.
would too because I'm
We're
amazing.
in here, you know, we're having a
Zoo,
we go into their
score.
kitchen. And we sat there, myself and Adam,
What are you doing?
and Johnny goes, shall
I'm
shall
gonna
we
help
pray?
you.
And Adams wasn't a praying type at that time.
Zoo, I want you to
Johnny
score. You can score. Come on, man.
You have to pray. We all held hands, whatever. Johnny Cash made this beautiful, poetic blessing. And I just thought, wow, of course he's touched. And then he just turned to Adam and just goes, sure missed the drugs, though. And Adam
$8 million in quarters.
fell in love with him, you know, because
Yeah.
he couldn't be pious.
Cool,
Right.
dog.
He had to be himself.
Yeah.
Years later.
Do you know how much that is in pennies?
Oh, wow, there you go. Oh, that's, oh my God.
There it is.
That's Adam there, yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he might have had a few
Oh, what a
tears.
shot, Zoo! Look at this shot,
I don't know.
Zoo! Look at this shot!
Oh,
What
wow.
an
And I'm
amazing
doing
shot!
The arty poetic face. I am a poet, like you are. And
Zoo,
cool,
you even have a huge lead on me,
I heard he was. I heard he was.
and you got
trouble
perfect
police.
game, son. Perfect game.
Years later,
You got perfect game.
I called up. And
Peace. Excellent. We'll see you, big
answered
man.
the phone. Excuse the poor Texas accents, all you Texans out there, but she's like, or Nashville in her case. She was like, oh, I know. Wow, thank you for calling. It's so good to hear from you. How's Dublin? How's Alley? How's the Burlington? This is the hotel, right? And I was like, great. And we're talking, you know, phrases with June. She said, what's going on with this? And I know what's going on. And I said, look, eventually I said, look, June, I'm just calling because I heard John wasn't well, and I just wanted him to know and that we're thinking about it. She said, oh, honey, we're in bed. He's right beside me. And he hands me the phone, or she hands him the phone. He goes, sorry about that. And, I'm fine. And bless her. Actually, June passed away first. And Johnny called Rick Rubin. And those American recordings were a result of a conversation he had with Rick Rubin where he said, please, will you work with me? Because if you don't, I will die. Wow. And that's why, if you hear those American recordings, amazing version of Nine Inch Nails, Hurt. Yeah. The version of One, also Depeche Mode's Personal Jesus. I mean, it's just what a voice. Yeah. Were you a fan of Johnny Cash?
Huge.
What's
I
your?
used to have a dog named Johnny Cash.
Does the dog bite?
No, he's not anymore. He's dead. He didn't bite when he was alive. He was a nice dog. It's just that I had a habit of naming my dogs after famous singers.
Wow, we have a dog called Lemmy.
Oh, wow.
Named after Lemmy from Motorhead.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a girl, though. I think she resents it.
Yeah, I had a dog named Frank Sinatra, and Marshall is named after Eminem.
Oh, man. Well, they're two incredible people. Don't get me started on Frank Sinatra, because how long is this, by the way?
As long as we want to go.
Well, no, because...
Why?
Well, just Frank Sinatra. It's just two questions. One of them shouldn't be Frank Sinatra, because I can go on and on. I learned so much from him. I got to know him. And as bizarre as that sounds, he's such a name dropper, Frank. But I did. And probably if you're interested in singing, I could tell you one miracle that I learned from Frank Sinatra, which is a version of My Way. And the original version, it's a boast. And years later, he sang it. And I have a copy of it. And Pavarotti stars in the film, as you know. I play him for a moment. But it's a version of My Way with Pavarotti's the greatest singer on earth, but shouldn't sing in English. Friends, I know it now. You don't want that. And so I have a version of it without the greatest singer in the history of the world, Pavarotti, on it. It's just Frank singing 20 years after he'd sung My Way as a boast. Same key, same text, same arrangement. And now it's an apology.
Wow.
And that's a thing about singing. And Johnny Cash had that. And, I wish I aspired to the place when my voice, to try and answer your first question, when I become a singer that can do that.
Sinatra, most people don't realize, had a completely different voice when he was younger.
Mm-hmm.
His voice when he was younger was very high pitched and beautiful. It had so much flexibility to it and so much tone. And then probably all those cigarettes and Jack Daniels over the years sort of hardened his voice.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
skinny kid. He used to swim underwater to get his lung expanded so he could get those bigger.
Really?
Notes. Yeah.
we have his mugshot out there. He got arrested. He was like 125 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, he got arrested for what was the term? Seduction? I think it was seduction. I think he seduced a married woman. Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, look at that. Well, he said, he said, you're the only, I don't know if he said cat. He said, I certainly didn't say dude. He said, you're the only something who wears an earring that I'm ever going to like. You're the only cat with an earring that I'm never going to, and I did. I had if we're going to talk about singers, you have to talk about Sinatra. I had extraordinary times with him. He used to send me gifts every year. I have a gold and sapphire Cartier watch he sent me.
Oh wow!
With Francis Albert on the, got just every year he would send stuff, and because we did a duet together on his first duets album, I've got you under my skin. Although we had our management received. I hope this is not. I'm in awe of Japan, so please don't take this as a cruel joke. But we did get it from it was a fax back then from Nippon EMI saying, we hear that Bono has done a duet with a Mr. Frank Sinatra called "I've Got You Under My Chicken," and that's just the great surrealist anthem of all time. But yeah, for me, that was an unusual relationship, and if I ask myself, I would go after these great singers that perhaps people in my own generation had moved on from, but I hadn't. There is a part of me that wanted the blessing of the older generation, probably the male. I didn't really, by now, a bit of age, I realized I didn't have the sense to go after the same with women, but I was looking for my father, and whether it was Nelson, whether, Bob Dylan, Frank Sinatra, all these people. I mean, I became their students, really. And the band would be like, yeah. And I'm going, yeah. And there's so much for me to learn from these people, so much for all of us to learn. These are extraordinary for a reason. Sinatra had incredible sense of humor and great timing. What I learned from him was he read the text of the song like an actor. So he would learn it as an actor would learn a part. Then he would, on the piano, he'd kind of roughly, with his, pianist, he'd figure out where to be in the bar and all of that. And then when he went into the orchestra to meet them, Nelson Riddle or whatever, you actually hear him. You hear Frank Sinatra hearing the song in its full arrangement for the first time as he's singing. And it's fresh paint. It's like any painter will tell you. That's just it's like Francis Bacon. It's just that first stroke or first touch football. The great players where the ball lands at their feet. They don't stop it and pass it. They pass it as they stop it. It's really a very high level of artistry.
Get your shit together, folks.
And he had that. I learned that from him. And I learned lots of other things. I also tried to drink with him on a few
What's your favorite part of Pride Month? The pride, the colors, definitely.
Was it surreal when you were a young man and you were just starting to achieve success to encounter these people that were essentially heroes and be embraced by them and hang around them? A lot of people feel imposter syndrome, like they feel it's bizarre to be around these legendary human beings. Like they're right there. Like I still kind of get weirded out by it. Even when I met you today, I'm like, oh, that's Bono. Like it's still weird. It's still weird to meet people that are like hugely famous. And when you were a young man, when YouTube was just blowing up, was it strange that the transit, like to accept the fact like this is where we are, we belong here?
Well, you got it right the first time. There is a part of you that doesn't think you belong.
Right.
And then when you're younger, you're not admitting that to yourself. And I have a few annoying, more than a few annoying aspects depending on who you're talking to. But if I have an annoying gene, part of it is when I'm at my most vulnerable, I give it the most swagger. So we were playing the Super Bowl. We were walked on just after 9/11, big emotional moment. And you got 8 minutes, whatever, to switch over. And I've got my ears in because the only way I'm in touch with what's going on. And we're walking through the crowd. We've got the crowd on the pitch. I think one of the first times that was ever done. And somebody goes, yay, and they boom, and I can feel my ear come out. And that will mean I'm off air. And if you look at the film, as I've had to, of us walking up to get on stage, I am giving us so much chin. You just go, who is that obnoxious Irish fucking what did he get that attitude?
Here's right here.
Oh, there it is. I think I'm singing there, so if you just go back a little bit, you'll get the real. That's the chin. No, just before there. But look, not a care in the world, and that's. I mean, bullshit is a word for it.
Yeah.
Swagger is another word for it.
It's a shield.
It's a shield.
Yeah.
And as I get older, part of the film was taking off my arm and just dropping the sword, dropping the shield, taking it off. And now in that moment, you wake up, it's a bit like the dream where you're naked in front of the whole school and it's really cold. And then you realize, your life, as you are realizing yourself now. Oh, how did this happen to me? And how did I get to meet these extraordinary people? And so that's why I wrote the book, Surrender. That's why I did it. But because it was just starting to. When I was younger, I was like, Dylan once asked us, I was 24, and he says, he was recording there, I was going to interview him. And he said, you want to go on stage or whatever and do a song? And I said, well, he said, Leopard Skin Pillbox was an amazing song. I said, oh, the lyrics about it too. And I've been learning to improvise as a singer. And I went out on stage, and he said, Blowing in the Wind? I said, I probably got that one down, but I didn't. And I just walked out on stage, and I could see it was a home crowd, Ireland, and people, oh wow, it's one of our artists up there with Bob Dylan. Wow, oh, it's Bob, wow, okay. And he's going to sing. Oh my God, he can't sing. Oh, he's changed the melody. Oh, he's changed the words. And you could just see, go down in flames. And afterwards, I see Bob, and I say, I'm sorry about that. It's just the way we've been working at the moment, just kind of improvising stuff. And he was like, well, it's okay, everything. I make them up all the time. And he was generous about it. Nothing's fixed in time. Something like that.
That's a great Bob Dylan impression.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments in the film was when your bandmates were concerned that Pavarotti was going to show up with a camera crew.
Yeah.
And he showed up with a camera crew.
He did.
It was just funny. It was a really well-timed moment. And when you said it on stage, it was so well-timed because it's like here you're honoring this man who's like this incredible, fantastic singer, but your bandmates, they've got a good instinct. Like this is going to be a big press op as well. Like this is part of the reason why he wants to do this, and then that's not going to be fun because it's going to be weird, and then boom.
Yeah, one of the great arm wrestlers. Emotional arm wrestlers of all time. It's interesting that there was a generosity there, which he wanted opera, because opera was kind of the punk of its time. Classical musicians looked down on opera.
Really?
These are stories from the street. They're too accessible.
Really?
And yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. I would
opera
never
was
imagine
much
that.
rougher, and he instinctively knew, and he was constantly trying to make relationships that would cross the divide and make sort of opera popular. And so to the point where he used to call our house and say, at first it was with me, but then when he would haunt our housekeeper Teresa and say, like, is God at home? Well, tell God he's late on the song, or he'd do this kind of carry on, and I, again, these figures in my life, I knew that I was on sacred ground when I was near him. I knew this, but the band, they didn't have the relationship with opera. Actually, Edge's dad was into opera, but my dad I was using Luciano Pavarotti to get to my dad. That was the real thing. And so, as you see in the film, I play my father just by turning my head.
Yeah.
And I become him. And I was trying to impress him by being Finnegan's pub, where we'd be sitting not speaking to each other. And I'd try something and I go, what do you think about Luciano Pavarotti calling the house? And he go, did he get a wrong number? All that. And so, there was an emotional through line because our house was an opera. Unfortunately, my dad was going on in his life. It was operatic. But it's also funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also this, you are both celebrating the brilliance of this incredible singer, and also you're taking the piss out of this whole cult of celebrity thing that comes along with it.
Yeah, and Princess Diana.
Yeah.
The best line.
Oh, that thing with your dad and Princess Diana was hilarious.
So, because Edge's mother and father from Wales. So, so we're with Pavarotti in Modena. was, and so the Princess of Wales is meeting the great tenor, and he is offered to meet, anyone's, just family, because they're from Wales, to meet the Princess of Wales. And he says to me, look, do your dad want to go? And I, of course, know the reason. I know the answer and the reason for the answer. But he says, well, just ask him. So I ask him. I just go, Dad, listen, we wouldn't want to go meet Lady Di, Princess. What? Why would I want to meet a member of the British royal family? That's like asking me, do I want to meet the winner of the lotto? And I'm like, okay, got it. And then later, she comes into our dressing room and melts him just by reaching her hand out, do. And he's like, oh, well, very well, thank you. And as I say, 800 years of oppression gone in a second. And if you wonder about the reasoning for having a royal family, and a lot of Irish people do, I would say is that that's the reason. Right?
The weight of it overcame him.
Yeah.
It's a very bizarre relationship, though. I got one quarter.
Oh boy,
the relationship between Ireland, United Kingdom, and England. It's complicated.
Were you? I've read that you got into martial arts because you felt picked on at some point. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah.
So you don't like bullies?
No, I don't like that at all. It's the weakest inclination of the human spirit, to pick on the weak. It's terrible. It's a terrible instinct that humans have probably from the time where you had to ostracize weak people because you lived in a tribe of people barely surviving and you couldn't tolerate weak links in the chain. That's essentially probably where it came from. It probably came out of a survival instinct.
Darwinian thing.
Yes, where everyone was barbarians and you had to force people to be the hardest version possible because otherwise the genes wouldn't survive.
Yeah, it is the survival of the fittest. Which is the world we live in.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the things that attracts me to Christianity. It's the idea of the first will be last, the last will be first. Is so radical.
Mm-hmm.
And it's literally the opposite of the survival of the fittest.
Right.
But America, why I love America is it has, the British Empire bullied it. And it stood up. We were coming here, I was asking someone in the car about the Declaration of Independence and how many Irish signatures there were. Or wasn't that many, I can't remember what there are. But they were all committing treason.
Mm-hmm.
They were putting their lives, they were pledging their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. So America, the very essence of America, is this idea of sticking it to the bully.
Yeah.
And I know America can be a bully. We have our moments and all that, but it's the essence of who you are. And it happened again with the geezer with the tash.
That's a great way of calling Hitler.
But
yeah,
you weren't having it,
right?
And I, as an activist, which we can talk about later, but I remember going to, it's only a few hours from here, but I was in Lincoln, Nebraska, and Warren Buffett came to one of our, it's called Heart of America tour. We were raising awareness on this pandemic, this AIDS pandemic that has killed, 30 million people at this point, and why might America be interested? And I'm very Irish and very given a lot of that. And afterwards, I ask the sage of Omaha for any advice, and he gives me two pieces of advice. But the one was, don't ask people to do something simple because they won't trust you. He said, ask them to do something complicated.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he said, what are you asking people to do here? And I said, well, I'm asking them to we're asking them, the one campaign, we're asking them to send a note to their local congressperson. He said, no, don't do that. Do something. Make them do something more difficult and they'll trust you. Maybe 10 postcards. It's harder to do. I was like, okay. And anything else? And he said something which really changed my life and changed my conversation with this country of yours. He said, don't appeal to the conscience of America. Don't do that. Appeal to the greatness of America. And you'll get the job done. Americans want to be great.
That is true.
I think it is true. And because in Ireland, we work with guilt. You know, you can guilt people. There's a lot of countries you can work them just,
Yeah.
But Americans, not. Give them the chance to be the cavalry.
Yeah.
And Omaha Beach, the heroism of Omaha Beach, the lives poured out, and just to save Europe from tyranny. And that's who America is. And, I gave it the Joshua Tree because it's not just as an Irishman, but probably more because I, as an Irishman, fell under the spell of America. Even as kids, coming here, a lot of the cooler bands would just play the coasts, the cooler UK bands or European bands. I wanted to be all over America. I mean, we opened for a wet t-shirt competition in Dallas.
What year was this?
81.
I was a
first
freshman in high
21.
school. Wow.
We in Austin. I don't know if anyone can remember, but it was called the Club Foot. It was a bad pun. There was no AC. I remember it was a tin roof, and for Irish people, we were just being boiled. But I really, really great memories of just bussing it through this sort of mythical landscape. There's nowhere in this country I would want to fly over, but I do now. We got the plane, you got this, but I just remember thinking, this is many Americans.
Yes.
But the mythology of America. I was reading, Sam Shepard. I was reading, On the Road. I was reading, all these great writers and just opening up my imagination. That's where the Joshua Tree came from. And yeah, it's a mythology that then, can you imagine, I get to discover that in my case, it's not just a mythology. I was part of something that was extraordinary. So former governor of Texas, George W. Bush, conservative, starts to lead the world in the fight against the AIDS pandemic, greatest health crisis in 600 years since the bubonic plague. And I'm like, people say that's impossible. It's just not going to happen. And he does. And becomes a bipartisan thing, and 26 million lives are saved. So it's strange the way you see things. I wasn't a naive sense of America, but it was a sense that everything could be possible here. It was somehow the landscape of America was a little more magical than everywhere else, and that it wasn't just a country, America, it was an idea.
Yes. Yeah. At its greatest, that is what America is. At its greatest, it's an idea, and it's an idea that was, like I said, was founded with the concepts behind the Declaration of Independence. And those men who wrote that, the men who signed the Bill of Rights, they were so young. They were so young. Some of them were 18 years old.
Yeah.
at the time, which is so crazy.
Jefferson was 32 or 33 when he wrote that.
He's an old codger.
I mean, that's wild. And then, by the way, years later, he's in France. I think he's in that, and he loved wine. And this emerged. I found this out because I saw a signature in a book. I was on some tour. I like to drink red wine. I've never been to Bordeaux in my life, but I went with some people who knew their way around wine, and they asked me to sign a book in this particular vineyard, posh kind of vineyard. But this was across the road from the big name sort of thing, and I asked. I said, "Can I see the first book?" There's Thomas Jefferson's name in the first one. I thought, wow, this guy's dreaming America on some fancy red plunk.
Yeah.
Not plunk, actually. Some really, let's just, but, you know, I know there's lots of contradictions in America. And I know slavery still, that he had slaves, and I understand, but I'm encouraged that America perhaps doesn't exist yet, that it's still being written. If you think about it as a song, think about it as a piece of music, it's not finished.
Right.
It's still being written.
Yeah.
They started with those signatures.
Yeah.
You let people like me stay, you're writing it. And I'm not writing. I'm the annoying fan who follows America into the bathroom and with the liner notes, which are the declaration. Like, didn't you say this here? And get out. Who followed me into the bathroom? It's like, but I like the idea that this is far from finished, this composition.
Yes.
And for some people, the America that is available to you and me doesn't exist yet, but it will, and it can. And yeah.
We hope that every election cycle, like this will be the one that finally makes us what we truly believe we are.
Mm.
But the country's just so co-opted by this. First of all, you have this genuine issue with the fact that it's essentially a popularity contest to see who gets to be running the government. You have a popularity contest that's fueled entirely by special interests and the military-industrial complex and pharmaceutical drug companies, and it's all the opposite of an authentic song.
Right.
The thing about an authentic song where it makes your fucking goosebumps stand up. You're like, God damn.
You saying it's an AI composition?
Can I tell you a story? A long time ago, probably 25 years ago, I was on mushrooms with a friend of mine, and we were laying on the side of this hill overlooking this canyon, and we played In God's Country.
Oh, wow.
And it was just the peak of the mushrooms and the songs, the melody, the way that song hit. It gave me this insane appreciation for things. Like at that, it was like this very unique fusion of the beauty of the music and the love of the experience. Like the mushrooms bring out this like loving, like communal quality, like happiness and joy, and just lying in this field, looking up at this canyon and hearing that song. It was like, this is what music does. It takes these moments, and wherever they're at, it breaks them through the membrane into this new place. Like this moment, it broke through this membrane and brought me to this. I think about it all the time. I think about that particular experience all the time.
We need, in that singing it, is a line that doesn't just apply to America, but applies to us personally. Wherever you are, is, we need new dreams tonight, and we can't be living on secondhand dreams, and that's, I think, the renewal. I think is what we're all looking for, and it's it's something to be protected, and I not protected. That sounds like it's like
I think you're right, though.
I think America's more vulnerable now than it's ever. It feels like America's fallen out of love with the rest of the world. I don't think the world wants to fall out of love with America. It just feels like, and I've 25 years, and I'm just a tiny cog in, I suppose, people look at personalities, or even luminous ones, or one's ideas way above their station. I think that will change things, but it's social movement always change things. And what happened back then with that part of America tour was mind blowing, because I learned a few things that I wasn't expecting. Like, I had grown up with more than a few bumps with evangelicals. I was like, whoop. It's like, because how do you can't approach the subject of God without metaphor, right? So literalism is by its nature anti-metaphor, and Jesus, all we know is that he spoke in parables because they're not literal. How do you explain this as poetry, as music? And I found it really difficult to be around evangelicals because they were so just literal about everything. And then on that same tour where I met Warren Buffett, I ended up at a college called Wheaton College, which is like a big, in Chicago, it's a big evangelical thing. And they were really helpful. And there was I realized that these were kind of, and this is not to be at all dismissive of some incredible people, but it was like, I felt they were sort of narrow-minded, sort of, what would I say, just sort of narrow, the vision, like you just open the aperture of their vision just a little bit wider, that they could be the most incredible force for good, because they just worked harder, they didn't tell lies, they were just great people. And I think they led part of this movement that ended up saving 26 million lives, and called PEPFAR, that George Bush started and Obama continued. Then I go to Catholics. I end up in Notre Dame. Now I had a few bruises with Catholics over the years too, and I'm meeting these people, and they're like, no, we want to, we believe in the value of human life, and if we can do this, how much does this cost? And I'm like, well, all of foreign aid is probably just less than 1% of government spending, but the part that keeps people alive is half of that. So it's like 0.5%. Now, it's not my money. It's up to you if you want to do that. But they did. And lots of people came together. It was priests and punks. It was the wildest collection of people. And just recently, like in the last 3 months, this is not about politics, because I've worked with conservatives, I've worked with liberals. I don't care, I don't have those. I'm Irish, I don't have a chance to vote. But all of that was torn down without a heads up, without any notice, because people thought foreign aid was like 10% of the budget or 20%, and it was doing things that it shouldn't have been doing. And I'm sure there was some waste. But I can tell you, as a person who saw what the United States were doing around the world, and saw this, I saw America display itself at its finest. And I remember being in the Oval Office with President Bush and these antiretroviral drugs. I said, paint them red, white, and blue, Mr. President. These are the best advertisements for America there'll ever be. And he's looking at me thinking I'm taking the piss, but I'm not. And he wasn't, as it turns out. And he spoke about the least of these. It's a wild concept. I don't know if you know this, but it's like It's in Matthew, I think it is. It's the only time that Jesus speaks of judgment. It's not like what's going on in your pants. It's not like what's going on over here or over there. The first time Jesus Christ speaks in kind of force of judgment is the way we treat the poor, the poorest of the poor. And he says, well, in the way that you're treating the least of them, the sick, the blind, the people who are suffering from malnutrition, that's how you treat me. I am them. And so now, when we cut to the people, like you went to Boston University, you taught at Boston University.
I taught martial arts there, yeah.
So just recent report, it's not proven, but the surveillance enough suggests 300,000 people have already died from just this cut off, this hard cut of USAID. So there's food rotting in boats and warehouses. There is this will fuck you off. This will not, you will not be happy. No American will. But there's 50,000 tons of food that are stored in Djibouti, South Africa, Dubai, and Houston, Texas. And it's rotting rather than going to Gaza, rather than going to Sudan, because the people who know the codes or for the warehouse are fired. They're gone. And so this, I don't know. What do you think? What is that? That's not America, is it?
Well, they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Right. This is the problem. The problem is, for sure, there have been a lot of organizations that do tremendous good all throughout the world. Also, for sure, it was a money laundering operation. For sure, there was no oversight. For sure, billions of dollars are missing. In fact, trillions that are unaccounted for, that were sent off into various, they don't even know where because there's no receipts. The way Elon Musk described it, he said if any of this was done by a public company, the company would be delisted and the executives would be in prison. But in the United States, this is standard. When Biden left office, when it was clear that Trump won, in the 73 days, they spent $93 billion from the Department of Energy on just radical loans, just throwing money into places. And there's no oversight, no receipts. Like the whole thing is, there's a lot of fraud, a lot of money laundering. But also, we help the world. And when you're talking about making wells for people in the Congo to get fresh water, when you talk about food and medicine to places that don't have access, like, no way that should have been cut out. And that should have been clear before they make these radical cuts. Like, there's got to be a way to keep aid and not have fraud. And you can't say we're going to kill everything so that there's no fraud. But then you're killing all the good, and you're doing it without letting anybody know it's going to happen. So it's not like they had 3 years to prepare. Let's build a new infrastructure. Let's make sure that everything's set up. They want to change, and they want to change quickly. And due to the nature of American politics, they have about 2 years before the midterms, right? So everything has to get done as quick as possible. You have to show a growth in GDP. You have to show that the economy is booming again under these ideas. Make America first, tariffs for the world, bring back American manufacturing, this mad rush to do it all as quickly as possible while cutting out as much waste as possible.
Yeah.
But the ironic thing is, even though Elon Musk has proposed all these things and the Doge Committee has proposed all these things, they've made no cuts in terms of the budget. They've cut nothing. They vote against
a tiny part. I mean, if it's big government or whatever, people want to shrink. I get the instinct, but the life-saving part.
Yes.
It's the little finger of the guy.
Right, exactly.
I mean, and I've met all these people, and I'm sure there's part of it, that I think about 10% of it goes to things like governance and, the human rights organizations, you might say that's political and we shouldn't be involved in that. And there's reforms, I imagine, that might be necessary. But you have the reforms, but to destroy, to vandalize. I mean, it felt like with glee, these life support systems were being pulled out of the walls. And I was reading today, you know, it's like, I think it's in Christianity Today, and they're just talking, I think it's called Christian Relief, one of these organizations, and they're dealing with malnourished kids, having the conversation now about, we don't have funds, we have to choose a child to pull off the eye. And it just, to me, like, a kind of, I don't know if evil is a strong word, too strong a word, but what we know about pure evil is it rejoices in the deaths, you know, of the squandering of human life, particularly children's.
And suffering.
Yeah, it actually rejoices in it. And I just, you know, whether it's incompetence, whether it's unintended consequences, it's not too late for people. Like I had conversations with Marco Rubio. He's convinced people aren't dying yet. I don't know who's telling him, not telling him rather, but his instincts are correct. He wants to. He used to wear a one campaign armband. Americans, no matter what political color, they just you see them just the size of the sort of, they just grow in stature when they know they're being useful. I had a truck driver on that same tour. He like tattoos all over his head and whatever. And he was just saying, "Can I drive? I heard 50% of all truck drivers in Africa are going to die. Is that right? Because of this disease, AIDS?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Can I give you my number? I will drive." Like, that's America. And yeah, the bureaucracy, the pen pushers, I get it. I get people's frustration for it. But I just want to remind Americans of the size of their country. And I'm not talking about the geography.
The impact.
I'm just the size of the idea. The you know, it's just an extraordinary thing. It's an idea, I think, big enough to fit the whole world. And when it becomes a continent, you know, when it becomes an island rather than a continent, I think it's a subcontinent. What is it? I should have gone to geography lessons more. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. When it shrinks, America seems to stop being America. And I know you don't want to get into wars, and you shouldn't. But that don't concern you. But this word freedom, land of the free.
Yeah.
That's, and the brave. This is who we look to you for. And we look to you for these qualities. And I believe they're everywhere, and I don't believe any one party has a hold on.
No.
On these qualities. But, you know, it's a funny one for me. One of the reasons I came on the show, I wanted to on the show, was I wanted to interview you. I just wanted to get your take on where America is at the present time, because you're talking to everyone. You know, and this is a compliment to you, but my book, you know, wrote this book, Surrender, and sort of, if there's a point to it at the very end, it's just I'm shouting at God. I'm having my wrestling match with my maker, and you just get this thing of, and you probably picked it up by now, shut up and listen. And I need to listen more. You are an amazing listener. And I don't know who it was someone who said, listening doesn't grant the other side legitimacy, but it grants them their humanity and restores your own. You sit in this room and you listen to everybody, and that makes you very valuable to the country. And I wanted to just get your take on it. What would your advice be to May and people like me who are not part of the big industrial complex? We just want to serve the idea of America and the people who depend on that idea.
Yeah, I think.
What would your advice to me?
I would give you zero advice. I don't know if I'm qualified to give advice, but I would say that America goes through these great periods of overcorrection. It goes these great periods of, like you saw it during COVID, during the lockdowns and the authoritarianism, and we fell into a kind of state of tyranny where there was just massive oppression of free speech, including government-sponsored oppression. They were contacting different social media platforms and banning legitimate doctors and scholars because they had different opinions about how things should be handled. There was wide-scale censorship, a push for a changing of the First Amendment. The First Amendment needs to be overhauled. The First Amendment doesn't apply to hate speech or to disinformation. There's all these like new ways of talking about censorship in this country and condoning censorship, and it's very dangerous because it's all about money. It had nothing to do with protecting people.
That's what I worry about. The argument about free speech is that it seems to be sponsored by a lot of people who you sense don't really respect it so much, but it is a very economic for them to not have to live with the consequences of a story. I think, well, is it the communication? I think it's 1996, this is a long time ago, Communications Act, Decency Act. That meant the internet did not have to apply by the same rules as the rest of the media.
Right.
So we could say anything we wanted. And at first that felt like liberation, but I'm not so sure anymore. And so, I mean, I you can tell me more about this. I am not a free speech absolutist, but I do believe in free speech. But I'm nervous that the people who are supporting free speech and using their bots and their own activists are people from countries who would not at all respect your mine ability to express ourselves. And that's what I worry about. Is I think the old interweb is being played like a harp, like an orchestra, and the people behind the curtain would surprise us. I think if we knew.
It's worse than that. I think it's programmed like an EDM concert. I think it's not even an orchestra. I worry, and this has been substantiated by data, that more than 50% of the interactions going on the internet and social media are not real. And there was a former FBI analyst, former FBI analyst that said it might be as much as 80%. It's bots, as you said, and this is a problem with the concept of free speech. I'm completely wholly in favor of free speech, just like the ADL was back in the day when they let the Ku Klux Klan march. They like, look, you got to. The way to combat bad speech is with better speech. The way to find out whose arguments are correct is to let them debate in the marketplace of free ideas and expose these people for what they are, and have the people that are on the sidelines that are letting these great thinkers have these discussions say, okay, this guy makes sense. This guy is clearly a grifter. This guy has ulterior motives. This guy has an ideology that's very toxic, and he's trying to push this on the whole world for control, for power, for money, to benefit the special interest groups that he's a part of, or whatever it is. The problem with free speech is you're also going to get a lot of ugliness, because there's a lot of ugliness in the world. You're going to get a lot of people that say horrible things. And I think the only way we sort through all that is you have to let them. And then you have to let people rise up that oppose those horrible ideas. and those people become heroes. Those become the Martin Luther King Juniors. Humor helps.
Like humor helps. One thing people know about the Ku Klux Klan is if you mention silly costumes, they don't like that. They, it's like they want you to, dude, look at the stage gear.
Here it goes.
It's like, come on.
Do you know who Daryl Davis is?
No.
Daryl Davis is a musician who was a traveling blues musician and did some shows where afterwards he met some people that told him that they were in the Ku Klux Klan. He was like, are you kidding? The guy shows him his buzzard ID card. He becomes friends
Here's
with
my card.
Daryl's black. Becomes friends with this guy, goes to his house, meets his family. The guy throws the robe away, gives up his membership in the KKK, renounces his membership, and gives Daryl the robe. Says, I want you to have this. Daryl has done that personally. The last time I talked to him was a few years back. He'd done this personally to over 200 people, just by being an amazing human being, by being a brilliant artist, and hanging out with them, just being kind and talk, and as an example of just a great human. And they were like, I guess I'm wrong. This idea that black people are inferior and the white man is a superior race, that can't be true because I love this guy. And so they would just quit.
Yeah.
They'd quit. And
It's
he
not
has
the
a
smartest
stack.
theory.
It's a terrible theory. But if you're in the place with only terrible theories, and that's what you grew up, there's Daryl. And they give him all his robes.
Good man.
He's a great
Good man.
And he's a kind, like very peaceful, like when you speak to him, he's amazing.
One of your, again, one of the reasons I'm here is I think there is a sense that people just want to be part of something. And, when we're growing up, there were clubs you could be part of, there's people you could hang out with and you knew where that was going. But if you wanted to belong and have a sense of purpose, you ended up there. Mm-hmm. And so I think that it's okay to for men to admit that in this moment they are probably, we're a little adrift. I hear this from my daughters. I hear this from my wife, and it's like that's where this feeling of being dislocated. It's so you're attracted to these simple ideas, the concept of the gang or America, like it's a team sport between the Reds and the Blues. America's the team. That's all. Yeah,
yes.
that's and this thing. And look, I'm vulnerable. We are all, especially when you're growing up, teenagers. You are very vulnerable to those points of view.
Yes.
Early on, we had sort of, I would say I got close to what you might call fundamentalists. And this is all versions of fundamentalism. It's all a very narrow view.
Yeah.
And what you see going on right in Gaza is you see Palestinian people being held hostage by Hamas. It's not just Israelis that are being held hostage by Hamas.
Right.
Palestinian people and the fundamentalists in Israel, in the cabinet, these far right fundamentalists. Because at a time, you remember a few years back, everything was kind of wishy-washy and kind of the new age and whatever you have in yourself. And now these strong, clear points of view have arrived. And
it's the great overcorrection.
It's the great overcorrection.
Yeah, there's a real problem with ideology, and there's a real problem with fundamentalism, and there's a cowardice in it. And there's a cowardice in I'm the only one that's correct. There's a cowardice in not listening to any other ideas, not listening to any other positions. And we're being played against each other in this country. The thing about the bots and the social media stuff is it just accentuates this divide between the left and the right, which I think is mostly bullshit. Most people are good people. Most people just want to be happy and healthy and have friends and family and do what they want to do for a living and have the freedom to pursue those things. Most people aren't trying to victimize people. Most people aren't trying to destroy other people's lives and destroy society. They just want to live their life, but they're being sucked into one side or the other, which is radically opposed to each other. The great overcorrection.
Did you think that President Zelensky was being bullied in that meeting in the Oval Office? Like, is that just to think about it as a playground? This is a guy, maybe his life, but certainly the life of many people he knew depend on, and he had to listen to that.
The whole thing is strange, right? I mean, the argument in the White House of you don't have the right hand of cards, and just the fact that this is all being done public is very strange, right? That there's cameras and photographers. Like, I don't like live podcasts. Sometimes I've done them before, but there's something about having an audience where you're playing to an audience, having these conversations should be just a couple in a room. That's what I think. I think that's the ones that resonate with me the most. Yeah, I just think it's the best way to do it, the way that resonates the most. I think the kind of conversation that you're going to have with a world leader shouldn't be performative, and it really shouldn't be with a bunch of people snapping photographs and pointing camera and then pushing each other back and forth. You don't have the right head cards. This is not cards. You are playing cards, and it's just it's a crazy way, and each calling each other disrespectful. It's a crazy way to handle any world events. It's just terrible platform for it.
Yeah, just think of America, the Americans, Omaha Beach, people who like the level of courage.
Yeah,
and I think of these people on the front line in Europe. I mean, I haven't really spoken about Europe with you, but if America's a melting pot, I would say Europe's the mosaic. It's all these different people who speak with a different language, but are trying for one voice in Europe, which is. It sounds like cacophony. They call it Eurobabble in Brussels. But I'm really now realizing how romantic it was. With the Enlightenment, with the Renaissance. We've got a lot to offer, and Europe's under threat, and those bots. Every election now where this candidate is pro-Europe and pro-European unity. They're just getting a shitstorm of disinformation. And I just think, wow, but I think Europe and America are just sexier than these people. Is that a trite thing to say? But it's like they're so kind of unsexy. That's sorry, I have driven up.
Unromantic.
That's right. It's just these very dull, not funny people.
Right.
And are trying to take over the world. They're not funny. Lukashenko, Belarus, that dude is not funny. We don't have to go further.
Who do you think is the funniest world leader?
Oh my God. That's a really good question.
It's got to be Trump. He's the funniest.
Well, he has the thing that a lot of stand-up comedians have, which is he can say the thing in the room that no one else is going to say.
Right.
And that generally creates a laugh. And but I also think he mightn't be able to take a joke.
Well, he's not good at that. He doesn't enjoy a joke coming his way. No, he doesn't.
I mean, Zelensky's actually a comedian.
Right.
I met him before he became president.
He played piano with his penis on television.
It was quite a piano.
I mean, it's funny to go from playing piano with your penis to becoming the president of Ukraine.
Becoming the president of the United States.
Yeah,
by all
right,
accounts.
right, right.
So, but he came to Ireland as a comedian. He told me, I didn't know, and he played like small towns. Like he played Dundalk or Drogheda or somewhere in the east coast of Ireland. But comedians can read a room. I mean, performers. I think comedians are at the top of the food chain because you don't have a band. You don't have a fucking tambourine. You don't. You just have the read of the room, and the material has to be really funny. I use this sometimes with our band. Not a lot of our music is just experimental and innovative. We improvise and then we try to turn it into songs. But sometimes we'll write a pop song, and we'll end up with a pop song, and I'll say, well, the thing about a pop song is it is empirical. It's like it either is or it isn't. It's like a joke that doesn't have a punchline. It's like a comedian does not walk out on stage and tell a joke, and if people don't laugh, go, they just don't get it. It just means the joke isn't funny. So it's not a popular theory in our band, by the way, but I hold on to it very tight. I just say, if you can't go out and play this song and it just connects, then it's not a pop song. We only do a few pop songs every decade, probably, because a lot of what you two do is different kind of rock and roll. But I do think there's something empirical about some songs are better than the others.
Yes.
I witnessed one of the most ridiculous moments in my life, but it was kind of funny. Oasis, their other ones are amazing.
Love them.
Just love them. And so I witnessed this. It couldn't be a more childish fight between two of my friends. Liam Gallagher was a friend at that point. I know Noel better now. And Michael Hutchins, who was the singer of In Excess. And they really were doing my song's better than your song.
Oh no!
No. What about no? And I was thinking, I was laughing to myself, and then I thought, it's interesting. Both of them have a point. That song of theirs might be better than that. And I started to think about it, and comedians don't get a chance to be subjective. It's not like Prince walks out and plays a whole new album and can go, they just don't get it. It's like, you're either funny or you're not.
Right.
You're going down in flames. Have you gone down in flames?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What was your worst gig?
Oh, I've had so many. Especially in the early days, you're trying to figure it out, and the thing about material is essentially like a calf that's newly born, and it has awkward legs, and it has to develop into a bull. But it takes a long time. It takes crafting. You have to sit with it, go over the ideas. Some ideas come to you in full form, and some ideas you have to believe in them. You know there's something there, and you have to dig and trust the muse and find it. And sometimes those bits would just fucking bomb, and you have to just like go, God, should I abandon this? Should I keep working on this?
Do you have a team of writers?
No.
Wow.
No, I just write everything myself.
You're kidding?
No, always. Yeah, always have. Always. I just like my view on stand-up. The kind of stand-up that I do is supposed to be, here's the world through my eyes. This is how I'm seeing things, from the most ridiculous, awestruck, and laughing at everything perspective. And it has to be through my lens.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, because I've seen, on Saturday Night Live when we do it, or I've seen some of the talk shows, see these geniuses, crunching jokes and coming out with material, and
that's a different thing.
It's a different thing.
Yeah, like Saturday Night Live monologue, or a Tonight Show monologue, or any of that kind of thing. That's a different thing. The real stand-up is clubs. I
went with Dave Chappelle to a club. He brought me to. It was amazing. Are you still friendly with him?
Oh, real good friends. Yeah, I love him to death. Yeah,
he's incredible. That's jazz.
Yes, he's a real artist.
He can go, well, you know, it's like, yeah, no, we're talking about this. I'm talking about this. Oh yeah, because people can't take a joke,
Right.
and some people. I mean, we don't need belly laughs out of our leaders. We just need vision.
You need vision and kindness.
But to deal with the Ku Klux Klan,
Yeah.
humor helps. To deal with
Right.
the fascists or whatever. I mean,
Yes.
certainly Hitler in late 30s was getting rid of the Dadaists and the Surrealists, because the language of fascism was to fight back, but that they liked that language. And I mean, the language of resistance against, you know, Hitler was to fight back, but that suited them. They did not like being laughed at. The Fuhrer did not like being laughed at.
Well, because if you can mock something, like you can have a position or an opinion on something, and someone can disagree strongly. But if they make everyone laugh at that position, now they've made a real point, because it's actually an opinion that you might not have even agreed with has caused you a belly laugh. Like, oh God, like that's how you really get. Because if you go on stage and just have a bunch of opinions and just lecture people, there's people in the audience that go, well, fuck you, I feel differently. But if you could go on stage with that opinion and make people laugh at something they know they shouldn't be laughing at, and you're like then you're introducing ideas into a person. It's a spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down.
Yeah, no, you're certainly because with rock stars, and again, I honestly feel like I'm impersonating one. I don't have the material really, but people are wallet. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, here he comes, and he's going to have a sign up, and it's like, whereas comedians, people are much more open. People are just more open. I think that's it's a responsibility, but it's something to be valued. It's just I was saying to somebody recently, I'm not sure I trust people anymore who aren't a little bit funny.
Yeah.
I mean, funny in the not the funny peculiar.
Right.
There's a place for that too.
Right.
But you know, people who make you laugh are open.
Yes. And also the contradictions of the world and how bizarre things are. It's just ripe with humor. And if you don't ever pick up on it, like, what are you focusing on? Like, you don't ever see the hypocrisy and the ludicrousness of just this existence, this temporary existence on a spinning orb hurling through the universe and concentrating on who gets to use what bathroom. Like, is this like, you know what I mean? It's like, we're weird. We're very weird. And if you don't see that, you're not paying all attention. You're not all in. You're certainly not balanced.
Those mushrooms were working very well for you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. In God's country, that's the ticket.
That's beautiful. Wow, I'm so touched. That album, you know, a lot of the songs on that were, you know, very vulnerable. You know, and I don't know if you know, Brian, you know, produced it, invented ambient music, and worked with David Bowie, Talking Heads, you know, and recently Coldplay and other people. But he had a profound influence on us, because I didn't go to art college. All like the Beatles, the Stones, they all went to art college. We went to Brian Eno, and he had this incredible musician in partnership with him for the production of that album called Daniel Lanois, one of the greatest musicians you'll ever meet in your life. And that some songs come really quickly, like but some are just like what you're saying. They're like the fold. The legs are going around.
Yeah.
And the one that was like that was Where the Streets Have No Name. And so we were working on it for what felt like weeks. And Brian Eno came in and he just said, I am not having us spend one more minute on this song. And he went to wipe it. So he was actually going to wipe it. And so there's no other copies. And Pat McCarthy, who was our engineer, went on to produce REM and Madonna, great dude. He physically blocked Brian from it. But that song for me, and it's not the lyric that I'm most proud of or anything, because it's Brian was just saying to us, just go with your first sketch. Remember talking about paint on canvas?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, but it's not that clever. I want it, really, don't let it be clever. Just, that's what you said, that's what you meant. And it's the strangest thing, Joe, because we go on stage and I sing that song, we sing that song, we play that song. We're the streets of mine, what's that about? I started it in Africa when I was with my wife when I was a kid, and we were 25, something like that, maybe 26. She was 24. And it was about the devastation that was happening in the Ethiopian famine. I just couldn't explain it to myself. There was other influences about the song, but none of them mattered as much as this question to your audience, which is, do you want to go there, to this place, place of imagination, place of soul, place of that other place? Do you want to go there? Do you want to go there together? And everybody feels it. Because we all want to be outside of ourselves at a certain time. And we all want to have that experience, that meeting with, some call it the universe, some call it God, some call it themselves, whatever. But it's music now. I think, all art aspires to the addition of music, but we were saying we go to church in the dark. That's what rock and roll is. And we're just looking for little shards of light. We find it in an audience. We find our audience together. Movie. We also go to church in the dark in cinema. You're sitting in it. You're in a dark space, and it's projected light, telling all the stories. And somebody said, "Cinema like being born. You go into boom. It's like you're floating in the." As Jim Sheridan would say, he's my hero, a psychological genius, Irish director, My Left Foot, the boxer from great film. He'd say, "Yeah, you're in the amniotic fluid. You're inside the mother, and you're about to come out into the light." That's cinema. Great cinema is that journey towards the light, and I love that. I love that. But it's the same for some people. Their cathedral is a hike, the natural world.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Richard Rohr?
No.
R-O-H-R. He lives in Albuquerque. He has a thing called the Center of Action and Contemplation, and I really love it that it's that way around. And he's a Franciscan friar, but very otherworldly thoughts about the natural world and finding the divine in it, as well as just in each other, but just seeing it in the world. Right? I think you'd enjoy him. He's worth a read. If Rogan, is it Irish? Is it Catholic Irish?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You might enjoy him.
I'm sure I would.
Yeah, he's a real beauty. He lives got a little hermitage, and yeah, and he's good. He's great on the Enneagram as well. Do you know the Enneagram?
No.
It's a sort of archetypal thing. It goes back to Sufi, I think early Sufi, and then the Christian fathers, what they call the Desert Fathers in the 4th century. But it's a way of recognizing archetypes and our own. It's not a big thing for me or anything. It's like archetypes, but I think our daughter Eve's an actor, And she said a lot of writers are interested in it. She said in some of the clever schools they teach this Enneagram. Richard was an expert in it.
I think, here it goes.
Oh,
Enneagram 3 centers
looks like a cult.
of intelligence, the mediator, peacemaker, so the perfectionist, reformer, the giver, helper, supporter, performer, achiever, romantic, individualist, the observer, thinker, the loyal skeptic, the trooper, the epicure, enthusiast, generalist, and the protector, the leader, the boss.
What would you say you are?
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know how you could tell.
I wouldn't.
This
I think I just keep on keeping on. I try not to pay attention to me as much as possible. I think there's a thing that happens when you're talking about on stage where everyone achieves a higher state of consciousness through a song. I think that's where it is really like a church. That's where it is really like a religious experience. When a great song is playing that like really like when people hear it and like maybe it's the first couple of bars of Sunday Bloody Sunday. They hear it and they're like, yes. It's like this thing that washes over everyone collectively. We're all experiencing it together. And it takes you away from yourself. Everyone's caught up in their own struggle and their self and how they exist in this world and all the problems of reality. And then there's something about these moments of divine inspiration where they impact people in this very profound way. And I think that's one of the reasons why people are so deeply drawn to music, and especially live performance. Because music is wonderful. Music by yourself is great. I love listening to music in my car. I love listening to music, period. But music, when you're in a live setting, when everyone's experiencing it together, it's a religious experience. There's something attuned to it. There's a reason why they sing in church, right? It achieves very similar results.
I miss that. When we were kids, the tunes weren't that great in the church. And I said to no offense to whoever was there, but
I agree.
But I was like, I said to our kids, and they were all, none of them were baptized Protestant or Catholic, because my father was Catholic, my mother was. I just said, you want to be Christian, but you decide. I never got religion rammed down my throat. I'm certainly not going to put it down yours. So we'd go, and sometimes you just get a feeling in a place. I said, just trust that feeling.
Yeah.
And they might say, well, tunes aren't that good. And I'm like, it's okay. But I remember when I was really young, walking in and hearing like the Salvation Army band and people singing, and I remember getting the shivers, just thinking, these hymns, these ancient songs, they really connect us. And I miss that. And I think people would return to religion if religion wasn't so fucked up.
Yeah.
And I think people, the church has to serve the people and not the other way around. And the church presently, I don't know how many churches you'd have here in Austin, Texas, but I'd probably say if there's 276 different kinds of churches, it's just one church. It's 276. It feels sometimes like it's at odds with science, but it's not. Science is the pursuit of truth. And so these are pilgrims too. Great scientists are trying to crack the code of the physical world. The great theologians are trying to crack the code of the metaphysical world. And nobody knows. That's the thing about literalism, that beautiful thing in, everyone has it at their wedding. Love is patient, love is kind, you can roll over you, love is this, love is that. And then it goes faith, hope, and love. The greatest of these is love. And I remember talking with somebody and saying, well, why is love more important than faith? Why is love more important than hope? And the clue is a few verses later where it says, we see through the mirror darkly. But one day we'll see face to face. We know now in part, but one day we will know fully, as we ourselves are known. You cannot be a fundamentalist and not understand that that is an explanation to just realize that you can have faith, you can have hope, but love means you need love. We need love because we cannot be sure. Our certainties, that's the scary thing. And, I trust a feeling as a musician. I trust it when I'm going, to sing or to improvise, but they're not certainties.
Right.
They're instincts.
Yeah.
And I love that you feel that music is still a communal place. Our festivals are amazing, and people are deprived presently of a place where they feel comfortable. I'm comfortable in the back of a cathedral. I'm comfortable at what's your friend, the blues guy, or a gospel church.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the spirit.
Yeah.
Wherever I find it in a conversation,
And
I can feel it when it's happening.
Yeah.
When we're having an honest conversation, you feel it. It's a thing, and I can put down my salesman and just have a conversation, because the 3 on that Enneagram is probably my number. Because it's so excruciating, but it's the salesman. I sell ideas as well as songs, and I sometimes just have to just shut up.
Yeah.
Listen.
I think we're all those things, just to varying degrees. And I think the spirit of the thing is what you're talking about. This intangible moment where everybody realizes they're in it, whether it's in a church where they're singing, or one of my favorite moments with you was on the Jimmy Fallon show, singing Ordinary Love.
Oh, wow.
I loved it. We played it on the podcast. When it happened, the next day when it got out on YouTube, I brought it in here and I go, you gotta listen to this. This is just such an amazing rendition of a song, because it's just you sitting on these chairs and Jimmy Fallon is next to you on the table. Like, this is it here.
What a beauty.
We played this. I want to listen to it. Let's put this on. Put the headphones on. I fucking love this version.
She wants to kiss the golden shore. The sunlight wants your skin. All the beauty that's been lost before wants to find us again. I can't find you anymore. So I'm fighting for. Sea throws rocks together, pretend leaves us polished off. We can't go any further. We can't feel ordinary love. We cannot reach any higher. We can't deal with ordinary love. Birds fly high in the summer sky and rest on the breeze. The same wind will take care of you and I. We'll build our house in the tree. Your heart is on my sleeve. Did you put it there with a magic mark? For years I would believe that the world could wash us away. We can't fall any further. We can't feel ordinary love, and we cannot
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love this part.
Oh come on. Questlove.
That is without a doubt, hands down, my favorite performance ever on a talk show, ever. Because it was so. First of all, it starts out so relaxed. You're sitting on the couch and you're singing it, and you're just so on it. You're so on it that everyone just gets captivated by it. And then the music builds, and then you bring in roots. It's fucking phenomenal. That's that is what we're talking about. That's like this moment
That's
that
the moment.
elevates people. It takes people out of their life and just this joy of expression all happening simultaneously with everybody in the crowd and then when you stand up and you start dancing and roots are playing and woo, just washes over everybody.
That is, it's odd that you should bring it up because I was sitting at a table with a couple of journalists, friends of a friend of mine, this economist called David McWilliams. You'd love him, by the way. He's the guy who says the poor think in minutes, the rich think in years. You know, they're kind of one of his close. But anyway, sitting with a bunch of people, and from London, and this guy's going, yeah. He says, McWilliams here. He's all about you too. He's all about you. Yeah. He hasn't got any of your records. I have your records. I've got all your records. I've fucking gone off you, right? Gone right off you. That fucking song, Ordinary Love. He's got a glass in his hand, and he's getting the Dutch and the British courage and the Irish courage. He's going, that song about Mandela and all that. So I listened to it. It's like fucking nothing. And then I was watching Jimmy Fallon. You played the same song, and he said I was in tears. He said it just something happened.
Yeah.
So I look at it and I'm going, dodgy haircut on the singer, but I am also being defensive because I can feel something too. There is something going on. That is the thing. And you two, you know, we're making an album at the moment, and it has to be framed around that. Not that song, not that even style of songwriting, but that thing, the thing, the moment,
the spirit,
whatever that is.
Yeah.
And the conversation you're having with your audience, with somebody, a deep listener. By the way, that same woman who said about listening, she said deep listening is an act of surrender. And so it's coming full circle for me.
Well, if you're in that audience, there's an act of surrender, for sure.
Right. And if you're an artist, if you're singing it,
yes,
that's you have to.
Yes. And everyone recognizes that. That's why it resonates.
So, I mean, I just think if we're a rock and roll band, there's 4 people in your band. There's nobody sounds like Adam Clayton. You know what I mean? There's nobody sounds like Edge. There's nobody sounds like Larry Mullen. And there's nobody wants to sound like me. No. I can sing. And I'm becoming the singer. I am. And that's the reason I'm still in the band, because we all have to answer that question, don't we? Why would we still be in a band? We've got to feel that it's our best album that's going to come.
Yeah.
But if it is, it's going to be because we frame it around that moment in the room when that happens.
Yes.
I promise you, I can't deliver that promise for every song on the album. I'll come back if you have me, and I'll play you some of the songs. But but for the live rock and roll pieces, it has to have that. I recognize
Yes. You can come back anytime you want.
that. No,
By the way,
no, thank you.
anytime. But yeah, that's what everybody wants out of entertainment, out of celebration. That's what everybody wants. These moments.
Yeah.
And that was a real moment, man. That was a real moment that resonated through the television. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like to be in that room. And I was thinking that, like, God, I wish I was there. Because, you see Will Smith, and Will Smith's in the corner. You see him just taken over by the music, like, nodding his head, like, oh, my God, just in that moment. It was so pure.
Strange resonance. I don't know if it was mentioned, but he played Nelson Mandela. No, he played Muhammad Ali.
He played Muhammad Ali. Right.
I got that wrong. That just would be funny.
That would be funny. Yeah, but it was that's what everybody's looking for. That's what everybody's looking for out of art, out of religion, out of just love and community. We're looking for these moments to elevate us above everything else. And there's a moment when a great performance like that, just when everyone in the audience realizes what you're doing, and we're all in it together. And people at home are in it. Like, that was so powerful. It's everything through the television is like 60% of what it is in person, at the most.
But we used to avoid TV because it's actually Bruce Springsteen's advice years and years ago. He said, "Be careful of being on TV because people can turn you down. They can go off to the kitchen and make coffee." So he's kind of right about that. It can take away the mystery. But that studio that he's in, Jimmy, that's a historic place. Beatles or whatever. Think of all the artists that have been in on the. So there's something going on there.
Oh yeah.
And he's a very beautiful spirit. He just really is.
He seems like that. I don't know him, but he seems like a real sweetheart.
I've been out late night with him. I've been, in all kinds of situations, and it's just a really see-through heart. Transparent person. It's just you see what he's thinking. Now, how he does that night after night, I will never know.
Yeah.
Like, I'm terrified going on those shows. This is easy for me because I'm talking. I don't do full stops and commas. I don't have to. You're not asking me to. I'm just having a conversation. But to be sharp and be on it, I don't know if I'm going to be sharp or on it. And part of being in U2 is I have to be true to my mood. And then I have to allow the song to take me somewhere else. And it's a funny thing, this performing. There's not much psychology written about being books about the psychology of a singer. Probably there is for comedians or
there's barely for
actors.
Comedians. I think the problem is that only the people that can truly do it understand it.
Right.
That's the problem. The problem, and then what you're talking about, confinement for the talk show format. That's also what makes that moment so much greater. Is because you realize, yes, it's just it doesn't belong there. That format is for hollow platitudes and selling a new television show and getting in and out before the 7-minute commercial break. It's the worst way to have a conversation where you're going to get the most out of people. Because when you have time constraints on conversations, you immediately feel under the gun, so you're kind of like tense and you're pressured and you don't know when. And then the audience is staring at you, and then there's bright lights. Everything's wrong. Everything it's opposed to the way normal, comfortable human conversation and connection works. It works with silence around you, and just people talk about wherever you're at, room with friends at a party. Like, that's the real human connection. soon as you like lock it down, and you have to lock it down commercials, and you have to butt up, and there's a new person coming in, so they gotta shuffle you out, to hold up your album and tell everybody, and then you leave and like, I guess it was good. It's like, I mean, I never liked them. I always felt confined, and I would never do stand up on them. I was always asked to do stand up on them. Like, that's not where stand up belongs. Like, but if someone can pull it off, like there's been great comedians that pulled off incredible Tonight Show sets, like Richard Jeni and George Carlin.
Who's your favorites? I mean, apart from, I'm not going to ask you about your mates, but people that we were talking earlier about singer people that I just looked up to. Who are the ones that formed you?
Well, when I was a child, I was probably, I guess I was 15 or 16. My parents took me to see Live in the Sunset Strip in a theater. And it was Richard Pryor. He performed, he did a concert special in the theater. And I think it's his greatest performance. And when I was there in the theater, I was laughing so hard. And I remember very clearly looking around at all these people, and they were falling out of their chairs laughing. People were just falling back, slapping each other, going, oh my God, like they couldn't breathe. And I remember thinking, this guy is doing this just talking. And I remember all the funny movies that I'd seen, like Stripes and all the great comedies, Animal House, funny comedies. Nothing compared to this. And this guy's just talking. It was an incredibly profound moment for me. I remember I got obsessed with Richard Pryor. I started buying Richard Pryor cassettes.
Wow.
I would buy like whatever I could. You could find them. I found a bunch that were like, there were like weird printings of him at Red Fox's Comedy Club. I actually found them in a truck stop once. They were selling these cassettes. I was like, what is this? And then I bought them, and there were incredible performances, like 15 people in the crowd just ranting and going on these like unhinged rants about things, just having fun and being really loose. And I just couldn't believe that someone could do that he could just, by this theater filled with people just falling down laughing. They're just blown away. Yeah. So that was probably my first thought about stand, my first real thought. Just what a crazy power to have. Like, what an unbelievable thing to be able to do with just your words.
Yeah, I saw Robin Williams do that a few times. I was in a room with him, and he just could not turn it off. It was just, and it was wild. He was certainly not in control.
Right.
And there's a genius comedian, Tommy Tiernan. I don't know if you've seen him.
I've heard him.
He, again, when he goes that, and he doesn't go out often because I think it scares the shite out of him what he's going to say next.
Yeah.
And so that is the thing of having the material and then being able to just let go of the material. Yeah. That's, I think, must be part of this, is it? Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's part of it. Yeah, these ideas that come to you, and you just have to decide whether to embrace them or not. Like,
and you get yourself into such trouble. Yeah. Because you say the thing. Yeah. You thought of, but the art is in fact being able to say the thing you thought of. It's a strange one.
Truly realize that, and I never had any aspirations of comedy whatsoever when I was young. When I loved Richard Pryor, I just loved it as a fan. Just like I loved rock and roll, I didn't want to be a singer. I just loved it. And then I saw Kinnison, and I think that was the first moment where I went, "Oh, this is comedy too. Wow. Okay, what is comedy?" Because everybody else had been like telling jokes, or with Pryor, it was like these stories of life that was so like revealing and so vulnerable, but also hilarious, like deeply fun, just like so accurate in the caricatures of people. And then there was Kinnison. I was like, okay, this is comedy too. And the first thing I ever saw of him, I was actually introduced to him by a girl that I worked with. A girl that I worked with at a gym. I worked at the Boston Athletic Club. I was a trainer. I was teaching people how to lift weights. And there's a lady who was a volleyball player who I was friends with that worked there. She worked the front desk. And she was like, I saw HBO last night. And this comedian was so funny. And in the parking lot of this gym that we worked out, she did Sam Kinnison's bit of homosexual necrophiliacs paying a bunch of money to be with the freshest male corpses. Have you ever seen the bit?
I have.
So the bit is the guy, he goes, imagine this, you're at the end of your life, you're lying now, you're like, well, I guess I'm dead now, I'm going to be alone with Jesus, that's going to be in heaven, and hey, he starts rocking back. Police! It feels like someone's got a dick in my ass. After you're dead, it never ends. It never ends. Oh, oh. She's doing this impression. She's lying on the parking lot on her stomach, going back and forth, and I'm dying laughing. I was like, I gotta see this. So my first introduction to Kissing was this friend of mine. Her doing it on free.
You did it. That was good.
It was amazing.
You doing her doing.
Oh yeah, did a great job. She had me howling.
Who else?
A huge one. Eddie Murphy for sure. That was a huge one. But then again, that was also like I still didn't think I was going to get up until I saw Kinnison. When I first saw Kinnison, that was when it was like, maybe I can do it, because I had friends telling me to do it, but it was friends that I did martial arts with. So we would have to, from the time I was 15 till I was like 21, 22, all I did was travel around the country competing. And I was with this
such a wild combination, if you don't mind me saying. It's just like, it just, the martial arts seems so unfunny.
It's very unfunny.
You were fighting for your life.
It's very scary. So when it's terrifying like that and everyone's nervous, that's when gallows humor comes in. And I was the guy I always needed attention when I was young. So I was getting my attention from being really good at fighting, but then I was also getting my attention around the people that really good at fighting at being funny. So when we were all like, a bunch of fucking crazy people, their hobby was to travel around the country and trying to kick people unconscious, right? So this is my job. This is the group that I'm hanging out with. Yeah. And, most of them were older than me. I was the youngest because I was in high school at the time. Most of these were grown men. And I was competing against grown men while I was in high school, which is another crazy thing. My instructor was hardcore, and he threw me to the grown men when I was 16. It was terrifying. But because it was so terrifying, I developed this way of releasing steam. And so my way of releasing steam, I'd make fun of different guys that we trained with having sex, like how he probably does it and this and that. And I was just always trying to crack people up. And I had one friend that I'm still really good friends with to this day, my friend Steve Graham, who talked me into doing stand-up. And I never thought, I'm like, you think I'm funny because you like me. I go, but you're crazy too. Like, you're a fucking psychopath as well. Like, you think I'm funny because you're doing the same thing that I'm doing. Like, we're nutty people. We're not normal. Other people are going to think I'm an asshole. And then
when you walked out, though, you tell me how was he there when you walked out on
the first
stage?
time?
Yeah,
he was there the first night. Yeah.
So can you?
I was at a comedy club. I was terrible. I went to open mic night. I did like 5 minutes. It was horrible, but I got a couple of laughs. I got a couple of chuckles, and I was like, I got off stage. I was like, I think I could do this. The weirdest thing was like, I had probably at that time, I was 21 years old. I'd probably fought at least 100 times. Wow. And I was way more terrified of doing comedy. Way more scared. Way more scared. Like, fighting was scary, but I was like, I know it just has to start. Once it starts, I know what to do. Like, the real fear of comedy or of fighting was before the fight. It was all the demons, all the thing. Why am I doing this? Why are you doing this?
That's what you're really fighting.
That's what you're fighting. You're fighting the fear. But I knew once it started, I wouldn't be scared at all. Because you don't feel fear when you're fighting, because you're so in the moment. You're in the moment. You're zen. You almost don't exist. Mm-hmm. You have to operate at the highest level, to have like instantaneous reactions, and to be able to manage your pace and all different things. You can't think about yourself or how you look or how you feel or whether your girlfriend's mad at you or whether you're going to fail out of high school. Mm-hmm. You have to be locked into what you're doing. I wasn't afraid of fighting. I was afraid of everything before fighting. I was afraid of fear. And so, but that's where the comedy came from. Comedy came from like alleviating that, And
right. So there is a symbiosis there.
There's a thing in it. It's a task, a very complicated task. The way I describe fighting is it's high-level problem-solving, dire physical consequences. Wow. That's what it really is. You can call it fighting, you can think it's fish and aggressive.
Say that again, it might be title of our new album.
High-level problem-solving with dire physical consequences. So as far as like
I just
sport,
put meta in front of the physical consequences.
yes,
We got ourselves an album.
yes,
Hmm.
it's the most consequential of all sports. Because when someone beats you, they don't just beat you; they take away everything you are as a man. When someone destroys you in a competition, you are not a man anymore. You are significantly decreased in your value.
Wow.
Everything about you, you feel terrible. It's good. You are as good the day you walked in there confident, and you still feel like shit. Where you felt like you could take on the world, you have the same skills. You're as good as you felt when you could take on the world, and now you feel like utter dog shit.
And yet we know that failing is how we succeed. You know,
Yes.
the Samuel Beckett lines: fail, fail again, fail better. I may have failed to get the quote right, but that's it. You know, fail again, fail better.
That pain is fuel.
Yeah.
The pain of failure is the most potent fuel, the most potent inspiration known to man, and the more terrifying the failure, whether it's failure in stand-up comedy or it's failure in...
That's very high stakes. What you think about it, I'm just thinking this through the second. Both your chosen passions entail the risk of humiliation.
Yeah, you have to have that. That's the only way you get better.
Wow.
That's the only way you really
That's
get better.
tricky.
Yeah, super tricky.
I grew up, my best mate, since I was 3 years old. He gave me my name, my Bono, gave us all names, and his family names. He's genius, really. Painter, became his painter. His father, there was tough stuff going on our street in their house, and he grew up. Well, the father was kind of religious, extremist, let's call it that. Used to humiliate the kids by putting a bowl on their hair, and cutting their hair. So they'd walk around with these pudding bowls. So everyone would be like around and be like, ah! They were just so fast. They could all look after themselves. And
like the boy named Sue.
It is the Johnny Cash song, Boy Named Sue. And so Googie, my mate, so I grew up sparring with him. This is literally how we grew up. And so we watched all the boxing matches, all the obvious, and he just really went into, his obsession became mixed martial arts. So he wants his kids. They're going down to the gym, and then my godson, okay, his name's Noah, and he comes. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. So Googie, my mate, since I'm 3 years old, comes up and goes, oh. He says, Noah, he wants to give up fighting, cage fighting. And I said, oh, that's okay. He said, what does he want to do? He wants to be a doctor. And I'm like, Googie, this is your kid wants to be a doctor, and you're disappointed that he could be such a great fighter. And I said, Googie, he wants to be a doctor. By the way, he became a doctor. This is not this story. That's how it ended. But I said, Googie's, he's such a good fighter. I said, why did he give up? And he said, well, he's down the gym. He said, I can't even beat the best guy in the gym. If I can't beat the best guy in the gym, there's no point in me having a big career. He said the best guy in the gym was Conor McGregor. And he was a few years older. And then two of his other kids are fighters now.
Wow.
So I've grown up around it, and because of my mates and his kids, but that thing of combat, being comfortable in combat, is a thing you have to be careful of, because you can end up there. And sometimes I do. Well, it's because it's an art form for you. It was a profession. It's different. But people like me, fight or flight is a problem, because sometimes fight is on, and there is no fight.
Right.
So that's part of the shut up and listen instructions I'm receiving from, which is, I'm kind of born. That's with my fists, and from whatever way, just growing up and being around what I was around, experiencing what I experienced, I have that, and even in the band, I'm a bit like that, and so I've got to be careful because it's not always somebody coming around the corner who wants to take you out. And they might actually just want to take you out.
Right.
And it's not becoming of to be combative at all times. So I'm learning to put my fist down. I'm learning to spend those times in the morning, thanking God that I'm alive, because I had a heart surgery, as we talked about earlier, and just waking up is great. Just like, wow, I've just woke up. What a thrill. And I'm trying to get with, not with the world, but with myself. Not made peace with the world. I certainly have. But I am making more peace with myself, which is sometimes a bit harder. And the family, and listening to them more. And yeah, that's it. This combat thing is interesting. Were you in the neighborhood? I asked you earlier, but were there people? Is there people you can remember?
Sure. From
like us being like on you,
combative on me. Not from the time I started training. Once I started training, I got very good very quick, and I became kind of known for it. Because I was doing it in a crazy way. It wasn't as simple as like, oh, he takes karate. It was like, no, on the weekends he's traveling around the country and fighting in tournaments. And I was winning them. So I found a thing very early on that I could excel at that was scary. That people, and I realized through that thing, you can get good at anything. You just have to put your attention and focus to it. And, well, when do you put your attention and focus to something the most? Well, when your literal health relies on success. Right. It was so scary that you couldn't half-ass it, which is like, I have a problem with things that involve too much personality and charisma where they could mask truth. And I think this is the problem with evangelical preachers. This is the problem with politicians.
And rock stars.
And it could be anybody, but it's like there's this siren call that will lead you to the rocks, and it's believing your own bullshit. And fighting it didn't matter what your personality was. Right. It didn't matter.
It's empirical.
Yeah, nothing mattered. It didn't matter how many people liked you. If you get kicked in the head, you get fucked up. And on the flip side of it, I used to love when I would go to someone else's hometown. And they had all these people cheering for them. All these people, you're going to fuck them up. All these people cheering in the corner. I would love that. It was my favorite thing. Okay. My favorite thing. So I was like, they can't help you.
Do you have rage?
Me now?
No. I'm just, when you were fighting, I mean, obviously what we do in music is we try to turn rage into something beautiful. And that's what rock and roll is, the sound of, I think it was Neil Young that said something like the sound of revenge.
Yeah.
But whatever it's rage, for sure. There's rage. That's what separates certain bands. You want to know what the difference between a pop band and a rock and roll band?
Rage.
It's rage.
Rage Against the Machine.
And you bet.
Yeah.
And
fuck you, I won't do it, tell me.
Yeah. We had that. And that was coming through me.
Yeah.
And I had to, so I'm just wondering where'd you get that rage from? Or maybe you didn't have it. I mean, I'm told by some people that it's like Mike Tyson had rage, but some bucks, they didn't. They thought it made them weak.
It in the way of clear thinking. And I had this guy named Yuri Prohaska on the podcast recently. He's a brilliant fighter who's in the UFC, who was the light heavyweight champion at one point in time, and is still one of the top light heavyweights in the world. And we were talking about anger and rage, and that it leads you down a bad path of decision making when you're fighting.
Yeah.
It interferes with the flow. It interferes with the way. And like I was saying before, when you're competing, You know, and I've never competed at that level. When you can championship level, anything that fucks with your mind, anything where you're doubting yourself or talking yourself or all that sources that is being towards something that's completely useless as opposed to being like completely in the moment and in the zone. If you get taken out of it for a moment, if they feel for a moment that you're thinking, like you're looking for a way out, you're looking to quit, you're gone, you're done. Like when your friend was saying that his son didn't want to be a fighter anymore, this is my advice always. Whenever someone says, I'm thinking about stopping fighting, I go, quit right now. Because somewhere out there, there's someone who's not thinking about stopping at all. Right. They're gonna fuck you up. Yeah. They're gonna come for you. It's gonna be terrifying. You're locked in a ring with Mike Tyson and you've been thinking about getting a regular job. Like, yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. Because there's all in people. In my opinion, I love fighting, but I think only all in people should be fighting. And the moment you're not all in, get out. You got to get out. Because the difference between an all-in person and a 1 foot out the door person is enormous. It's enormous. Yeah. Even if skill level is similar, the person who's all in is a terrifying person. They all they want to do is this one thing, and they're completely focused on it, just being the best in the world. This one thing, they're gonna find holes in you. They're gonna find your weaknesses. They're going to push you in a way that maybe you didn't push yourself as far in the gym. So come the second round, come the third round, you start breaking down. And they're not breaking down at all. They're breaking you down. It's a terrifying place to be when you know you're not all in and the other person's all in. So anybody, if that was my son, he's like, I'm thinking about quitting. I'm like, good, quit. That's what I'd say. Quit. Find something else you love. Find what you love. You don't have to do this. But if you're going to do this, you gotta only do this. This has to be your fucking life. Right. Your fucking life. I mean, I don't want you to be a rock star and a fighter. Shut the fuck up. You can't be both. Yeah. It's not possible. If you want to do that thing is your whole life.
I don't have any tattoos, but if I did.
Kind of amazing you got this far without no tattoos.
I know. If I did, there's a quote. It's from Nietzsche. And I wouldn't normally quote from Nietzsche. You know, I'm not that interested in Nietzsche, but he's written some aphorisms I like and whatever. But in our summer place in where we go to, there's a little trail called the Nietzsche Trail, and he apparently came up with this line, which is, for anything truly great to take place, there requires, and this would be my tattoo, a long obedience in the same direction. Ooh, that's good. So that's so. And I think of Edge when I think of that. I don't think of me. My curiosity just takes me into a place I shouldn't be. But that long obedience in the same direction, that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Does it apply to people to tickling? I always wanted to. Would be great. And if you're like the biggest fighter ever, and just tickle. I
don't think that would work. I think people would have already tried that.
Come on, man.
Totally
you gotta do it.
You're so filled with adrenaline. Yeah. Sparked out.
You know the comedian called Ken Dodd? I remember from Liverpool as a kid growing up. He had a feather. He used to tickle people. I'll get the tattoo. You get the feather.
The feather's awesome. Oh, it's a funny thing. That quote is so accurate. It's one of the greatest quotes of all time.
I think it's a strong quote, and it's, you know, as a person, he was pushing away higher. He had even a constant higher consciousness for a lot of his life, and yet he managing to bump into it. There's a quote of his, I swear I'd read, but when we were doing the book, we couldn't find it anywhere, so I might have made it up. But he was because that's the history of that in our family.
Jamie will find it.
Well, it's not. It's about friendship, and I don't think it's Friedrich Nietzsche. I don't think so. But it's the idea is that friendship is deeper, kind of wider. It's less dramatic than romantic love, but it's somehow the essence of great relationships is actually friendship. I think that's Nietzsche, but we couldn't find it, so I may have just made it up.
Though love be deeper, friendship is more wide.
Oh, I'll take that too.
Something like that.
Thank you, Jimmy. I'll take it. My dad was funny. He used to quote this Irish playwright called Synge. You say, because he was suspicious of nationalism. Because in Ireland, he would be, because the country was nearly at civil war and along sectarian lines. So he used to say, Ireland. What is Ireland but the land that keeps my feet from getting wet? So that's a great quote of Synge's. So when we did the book, Surrender book was on Knopf. So they went off. Couldn't find it anywhere. They couldn't find the quote anywhere because he made it up.
Wow.
And it's a great quote. And I think it's okay if you say something 3 times, it's yours, right? So I'm in a band with my friends, and that friendship is pulled and pushed, and it's difficult, and at some point one of us is usually trying to break up the band, but it's a very deep bond.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
That was really great about the film as well.
Oh.
We went to the fact that it's a true democracy in your band.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
But but I would expect nothing less from you. When you said that, and I wasn't aware of that, I was like, of course, that's how you would set it up.
But it's fine to be a democracy. We share things also, the economics.
Yes,
that's where
exactly.
And we had a manager, Paul McGuinness, for most of our life, and it was one of these things. He said, just don't ever be fighting about whose song it is, and because in the background, it's like, I want my song on the album, or I've got to just get rid of that.
Yeah.
Just share everything and make sure that you all feel like a stake in each other.
Yes.
And so the arguments in U2 are never about, well, this is my idea, so you're really stepping on my toes. We've developed, I would call it, a sort of band ego. Bigger than the individual ego. Even as big as mine. This is bigger. This is even bigger. And it's the quiet ones. But I think we've learned to just we don't argue about what's very good. We do argue about what's very good. We don't argue. So fucking about, is that good? That chord, that guitar, yeah. But
it's all for a purpose.
We're all just talking about it. But when it's great, people just back off. We just know. It's like greatness has its own, brings with it a certain acquiescence to that thing. And then you learn that very good is the enemy of greatness. It's not even next door neighbors. Like we used to be with U2, we were really crap or great. But then we got very good, very dangerous. Being very good is not helpful because there's a chasm between what is very good and great. Greatness, what you were talking about there back on Jimmy Fallon, that's a moment of greatness. It's not, which is different from saying we were great. It was great. And very good could be just sitting there playing the song. Good, it's a very fine song, and these are very fine players. That could just be very good.
It didn't make that moment that resonated so deeply with me that I brought it up. We played it multiple times on this podcast over the years.
I'm really happy you did, and that's what my friend, I forget his name, or my friend that I just met for the first time at the kitchen table, who had the guts to say he so disappointed because the recording of that song was just very good. That's really what he was saying.
Yes. You hadn't captured but I think that unique moment of the way you guys did it is what made it so special. Is because, you know, Jimmy Fallon's sitting there and Will Smith is sitting there, and you're just on these chairs and you're singing on the chair. So you're moving on the chair, and then eventually everything picks up and you're standing up and dancing, and the whole crowd like felt it. It was like this build up to it. It all flowed together, but it just.
I haven't seen that back, by the way. So,
really?
No, I haven't seen it. I probably saw it on the night or the next day.
Oh, wow.
So I haven't.
I sent that to everybody.
Yeah.
I sent that to all my friends as soon as it came out online. I was like, you got to see this. This is
thank
incredible.
you for that. But there might be something to do with the fact that the 4 members of that band feel equally involved in that song. There might be, and that the democracy, which is such a pain in the hole, is actually one of the reasons that when U2 walks onto a stage, people tell me, even if they're not bands, you know, they just come along as guests, the hair just come up in the back of their neck. And I explain, actually that happens to us too. It's a strange thing when we walk out, and it seems to me that I haven't figured this out, that the universe conspires to break up great relationships, right? You fall in love, it's romantic, because this is families now. This doesn't have to be your partner in life, your wife, your husband, your families, kids, everything. It's just the whole world just seems set against them surviving. You know, it just pulls at it. It's like gravity itself. You're resisting. And so when you manage to get through it, and you're standing there before us, there's something going on that feels like you've resisted gravity or whatever the forces that pull you apart. There's something about it, and some nights it's really not easy. But I mean, not the music, but the friendship. But we're through it right now, and you feel it in these recordings, and you'll feel us in a way rediscovering each other.
That's amazing.
I haven't been playing for you. We just played in London acoustically. The Ivor Novellas was the first time in 5 years the 4 of us played together, because Larry had a back injury. But yeah, there's some chemistry.
Well, there's also the fact that you guys continue to create. Because one of the things that happens to great bands is they become to their old songs.
Yeah, we gotta be careful there.
Yeah, Lions, like
Ordinary. That's what's so beautiful, because that's in the last. That's like 10 years old or something.
Something along those lines. Yeah.
Which is a minute.
Yeah.
If you've been around for, we'll be around. I think the first time I met in Larry's kitchen it will be 50 years next fall. In the kitchen.
Wow.
Drummer wants musicians, whatever. We're literally, and in the film, you know, we've got the kitchen table, chairs. Because I'm on the road with 250 Mac space station, whatever else, with you too. It's like literally a table and chairs. And the chairs are Edge and Larry. And so, you know, I use the kitchen table as operating theater. So it starts with heart surgery. It's the hospital bed where my father says goodbye to me with the expletive. And it's the kitchen table where all operas really begin, in the kitchen, don't they? It's like you're sitting there, and in our case, it'd be me, my father, my brother, mother's passed, and it's just male rage in its different shapes and forms. So I get to be on the road with a table and chairs, but then I get to bring out the chair. There's Larry. Yeah, there's Edge. There's Adam. I introduced them as chairs, and it was amazing for me to have that experience of doing things and telling their story. If their memoirs come out, I'm fucked. but no, I really am. But it's over, and I'm done with the past. Because I'm not sure the past is done with me, but I'm doing my very best to deal with the past in order to get to the present, to make this sure. So the songs on the next album, when you are, or whomever you're with, or your kids, or whatever, are out at the Joshua Tree or wherever it is, park, or at the lake here in Austin, Texas, and you're listening to our new album, that we will take you somewhere, because it has to be, these songs have to be, they have to be everything, or what's the point?
Right. What is the creative process for you when you have a concept for a song, when you have an idea? Like, how does it work? Do ideas just come to you? Do you sit until they come to you? Do you sit in front of a pad and write them down?
That has never been an issue. Like, Edge and myself are the sort of song starters, and I mean, he is. I think we were counting them up the last time. He like 526. He said, "What? 526 songs I have here." I said, "Edge, they're not songs; they're ideas." And he goes, "This one's a song." I go, "Oh, yeah, that might be." And I will have stuffed in my phone and paper and Air India sick bags and whatever else I've written in my life, and the glimpses that you get. And I don't write out of misery, just write, because I know some people have to be really miserable before they write. I write out of joy a lot of the time. Sometimes I'm writing my way out of the situation. But most times I'm writing my way into something. And especially with this next album, I just think the world needs some wild guitar music, but it also does not need the blues.
Right.
We're in the blues right now.
Yeah.
And
we're in danger.
We're in danger. You did say in one of your recent podcasts, you were saying, hold on a second, so more people got access to water and heat and or air conditioning and in the history of the planet. Mm-hmm. So we just don't want to lose that perspective, and we don't want to, this incredible thing in 20 years, if you think about it. I mean, maternal mortality halved, more than half, and people coming out of extreme poverty. Some of this is China, some of this is capitalism, some of this is that. But I don't want to lose the sense of the next chapter could be our best, and that's going to need vision.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about U2's new album.
But that is part of it, because art changes the collective consciousness of a civilization, and songs that really deeply resonate with young people that have that are great songs that also have a message and carry with them conversations that people have about the songs and about what's going on in the world. It shifts consciousness. It shifts consciousness in a positive way, and those young people may grow up to become people that aren't corrupt politicians, that aren't corrupt congressmen, that don't give in to the lobbyists and the special interest groups, but really look out for their constituents, and they get into it for the right reasons, because everybody's going to be co-opted if you don't.
You're right. Yeah, we better be good then. For me, the go-to group is Beatles, and I had this moment where Paul McCartney picked me up at John Lennon Airport. He was driving the car and brought me and kind of showed me where the different neighborhoods of the Beatles. And it was an amazing experience. And he'd stop and he'd say, "Oh, this is where this happened, and that's what I mean, do you mind me telling you this?" And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" and then he stopped at the traffic lights and he said, "Oh yeah, that's where I had like our first real kind of conversation, you know, with me and John." I said, "Hold on a second, I'm a bit of a Beatles student. Didn't you have that when you were in the Quarrymen?" And so he says, no, it was a different level. He bought a bar of chocolate, and after the war, you know, chocolate was really hard to come by, you know, it was kind of a real luxury. And he bought the bar of chocolate, and he didn't give me a square. He broke it, Cadbury's milk chocolate, broke it in half. And I said, "Oh, so you're into sharing too?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I don't know why I'm telling you that." And he drove on, and I just thought, "Oh, I know why you're telling me that." Greatest collaboration, not just in music, in history of music, maybe the greatest collaboration in the history of culture started with half.
Wow.
They shared, they gave it. My mate, Guggy, who I just spoke about, the knows all about you and knows all about your sport, he taught me everything he had. And they came, you know, it was tough at times, as I told you, in their house. And he just gave me half of it. Ever you go, it's half. So when I were in U2 and our manager began says, "You share everything." I was like, "Yeah, I've been sharing everything. I've been sharing everything anyway." And even now, Edge and myself, we're sitting in our house, you know, we share this place in the south of France. We've been there for 30 years. All our families have kind of grown up there. French are too into themselves to bother us, which is really why we like it. And we sit there and we think the real owners are going to come.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because we still don't really believe this has happened to us. And you know what? I think that's probably right, because we don't really own this stuff. You get it for a short period and then you hand it on. I think it's something before, and the way we share is in the sound of our music.
I think
Is
so
that too?
No. I think you're dead right.
I think that when you know, and I was just standing there with the tambourine, Jimmy Fallon, and it's him playing the tambourine, and yeah, there's something.
That is the funniest shit
There's not much scholarship about this type of stuff that you can read up
but it
on.
resonates, right?
But you can feel
Yeah, I believe it. I think there's something to it.
How it's like,
Well,
it'd be like
you've made decisions that have sort of affirmed
if
this commitment to a higher goal. It's not a hierarchy of, you know, who's the lead singer, who's this, who's that. It's not who's the big star. It's just we're all together to do this thing.
I'm in a band where every member of the band thinks they're the leader.
I think that's every band.
And
I mean, that
and I voted for this.
Yeah.
And it's sort of great.
And look, it's worked
Al
out.
Unser Jr.
You know, and you guys are still together. You know, which is also a giant win. You know, I mean, that's one of the most difficult things.
Could run down the road any minute, but whilst we're running down the road, it's a thrill.
I think that's also what makes it great. Is the same feeling that some of the real owners are going to come. Like you never really buy into it, even though it's you, and that's real. I think we all should have that, and I think if you lose that, you're in trouble.
By the way,
I think we should all have that.
That's right. I call this. I'm gonna learn some of this from my wife.
Look at this
I used to say, don't, look up to me. Don't
How
look
athletic is it, Rabbi?
down at me as a woman.
Well, kids,
Look across.
it would be like
That's where I am.
if
Okay. And there
Al
was a
Unser
lesson in
Sr.
there about
had sex with
horizontal relationships rather than vertical ones.
Right.
I don't have a boss. I don't want to be a boss.
Yes.
I mean, I have that relationship with the
Chris
band
Everett.
that is equal. I have it with my mates, and it's just the way I know it to be the most efficient. And you know, the boss is the boss. I mean, Bruce, it's an amazing thing what he did, and it's his vision, and he's found a team around him to help him realize his visions. Like you going out on the boards, you write your own material. It's your point of view. That's not. I'm part of, I think, isn't there two stories they say in cinema? There's the gang and the man against it. Stranger comes to town.
It would be as if.
And then there's the stranger, but usually there's a gang. That's a different story. That's the third story, maybe. I'm in the gang.
Yeah.
Gary and
Comedians
Claire.
are gang to it. We're in a club.
Three-way.
We're in a gang together. Like, well,
We're Gary
together. And I mean a gang in terms of like a collaborative gang to work together. We work on ideas. We talk about bit together. You know, especially at my place at the Comedy Mothership. It's set up like that. The whole club was set up entirely for comedians.
Statue of Liberty.
Completely different pay structure than any other club. It pays way more than other clubs do.
10th,
the comedians get most of the money.
2001.
We get we get the money from liquor, essentially. Liquor and a small percentage of the ticket sales. But most of it goes to the comics. And the vibe of the place is not that it's my place. The vibe is that this is our place. I paid the bill, but I shouldn't have that much money in the first place. It's ridiculous. Like, the whole thing's crazy. Like, you could do something like this. And if you could do something like this, you're supposed to. If you're the person that, for whatever reason, the universe has blessed you, a lot of zeros, throw it at something fun. Let's do it. And so it's ours. And so there's that in comedy, too.
Yeah, you can't, it sounds glib, actually, as I say it, but, you know, you can't outgive God.
No.
It's like, you know, the more you, that's what I was saying also about the blessing on America. You know, one of the things I do like about some of these churches is not the ones that put pressure on you, but, you know, people will give some cash every week to help with what's going on in faraway places, whatever, and they tithe. I think they call it tithing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just part of the blessing of America. Is this okay? So it's less than 1%. It's half of 1% of the government budget to keep all these people alive all over the world. They love America. Because they love America, they're not going to be a problem for America. They don't love it. It takes them away from terrorism, takes them away from anti-Americanism. It takes them, puts them in the direction of freedom. Blessing. So if you count your zeros and you say, oh, that's mine, that's ours, we're not sharing that with those people. The definition of neighbor is, oh, just next door.
Right.
Be careful. Because there is a bigger blessing out there. There's just a bigger blessing. And
there most certainly is.
And it sounds like you're in it. And it is in, by the way, it is in the business where you'll see it. Because people have a great mouth on them. I have a big fucking mouth. But it's not about what you're talking about. It's what you're doing. It's how you're living. That's the U2 thing is not just about the songs. It's the way. Did you use the word way a minute ago? You said it's the way when you're fighting.
Yeah.
Anything that takes you away.
Sure.
What did you mean by that?
There's a great quote by Miyamoto Musashi. This is the guy I actually have tattooed on my right arm. It's once you understand the way broadly, you can see it in all things.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and the concept is he was the greatest samurai that ever lived. He killed 60 men in one-on-one combat with swords. He got to the point where he was killing people. He was killing people so easily, he decided to stop using swords, and he would fashion a wooden sword out of an oar from a boat on the way over to kill the guy. So he was an extraordinary human being, but he worked on strategy called the 5 Rings. Yeah, and Gorin no 5 rings. And this book is all about Japan, all about you from the 1400s. You had to be balanced in everything. To be a great warrior, you had to be great calligraphy. You had to read poetry. You had to be an artist. You had to be able to meditate. You had to balance. You had to know the way. And don't let any shit. This is the modern interpretation. Don't let your ego. Don't let other people's perceptions. Don't let insecurities in. Don't let any of these things in. Stay on the way. And the way is like this way of thought. Once everybody says how you do anything is how you do everything. This was his earliest version of it.
This is wonderful.
Once you understand the way broadly, you will see it in all things. It's that Nietzsche, this path to greatness. Once you realize what that is, like, oh, this is this intense focus and dedication to something that can be applied to anything. You could apply it to being a better father. You could apply it to being someone who writes books. You could apply it to music. You could apply it to anything. But that's what it is. It's like finding what the thing is and throwing the essence of you at that thing, like really doing it. And to do that correctly, you can't have, macho issues. You can't have insecurity, things that you're compensating for. You have to be pure. You have to, and it's a constant struggle.
Stunning. There are stunning insights in my path, or I suppose, or whatever you call it, my practice. I have this, I am the way, the truth, and the life. This is what I learned from Jesus. From a bumper sticker, probably taking the meaning of it away, but it's the same thing. I've got to, because when I focus on this kind of this radical idea to serve, rather than to lead, to be no greater love and all that, all this stuff. Unfortunately, this language has been ruined for you guys. I'm so sorry.
Kind of, but no. But we can get past that.
Powerful.
Yeah, it's real.
And it's and this Jesus is a long way from the one that you can meet on these kind of sales programs. But it is humility, and it is service, and it is discipline, and it is not my will, thy will. It is indeed surrender. And anyone, wherever they are in the world, Japan in 1400s or the 15th century, wherever, anyone ever, scientists, the pursuit of truth, it just gathers. There's something about, I'm trying to think of the word, this sort of gathering where we will all end up in the same place if we're really, and I'm not talking about life after death as we're competition. But we're in the same consilience, I think is the word. I think it was, I don't know who wrote the book Consilience, but it's the idea that all disciplines, all art forms, everything comes together on a point of kind of convergence. The word is consilience. And if it isn't, I just made up a great. There you go, Jamie.
Well, those moments
that's the book
where great art hits that peak.
Oh, really good. Thank you. That's really good.
Jim's the best.
How did you know? How long have I been talking? I mean,
Almost 3 hours.
Because I don't know why my family at this point will be gone to bed. It's just the two of us at the fire.
Jamie's locked in. Jamie's locked in.
They're like, see you later, dude.
That thing though is like what it's what we know how hard it is to reach too. Like Ordinary Love, like when you guys were doing that, we know that that's not a first take. That's not like you just wrote the song and you guys were out there jamming. No, it's a polished song. And the fact that you're doing this and you're doing it acoustic right there, sitting on a chair, like everything is off, right? Like you're not on the stage, there's not a spotlight on you, there's no mist, there's no lights. Like all the theatrics are removed. You're in a brightly lit studio, sitting down with a bunch of people beside you, which is like the most un-rock and roll thing of all time, right? It's corporate almost. Like no one does that.
Yeah, I
but
got
yet
a
it's
corporate haircut.
but
too.
yet you fucking nailed it. And that moment, it took everybody to a better place. That's what we're all hoping for in everything. We're hoping for that from our leaders. We're hoping for that one speech, that one JFK speech,
man.
where
We're
you
just-
just go,
that's-
"Oh my God, yes."
That's the prayer. We don't want to be.
Yeah. Clinton when he was young, he had some
Yeah.
bangers. Obama when he
man.
was young,
Yeah.
they had these speeches that made us feel better about as human beings, better about the country. That's the danger of the conflicted times that we're in, is that people don't feel good even about America. There's people that think that the American flag is a symbol of injustice. It's like that's a crazy thought. Like America's you too. It's not just you too, man, but it's us. It's all of us human beings, regardless of your political ideology. And we got to think of that first. We're a community. We're a neighborhood. You know, we should think of ourselves as a giant neighborhood, and we don't. We think of ourselves as opposing tribes that are in this battle to stay in control of whatever the direction of the country is, and it's being orchestrated by artificial intelligence bots that are constantly battling with people online, and state actors and intelligence agencies and money, and all this shit is together, and it's all confusing everybody as to what is the purpose of being a human being that's alive with other human beings. The purpose is community, communing. We're supposed to be a united state. We're supposed to be a community. And all the differences that we have, the political differences and the idea, they should be so fucking secondary that it should be a small part of the elections. A small part of the election should be policy. Because we should just all agree that we should figure out, if you want to have a good use of AI, figure out what's the objective best use of resources to support the collective whole. And how does that get accomplished? How does that get accomplished without fraud and waste? And what's the best way to navigate where it doesn't have fraud? That should be done, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. It should be like, what are we looking for? We're looking to clean up the lakes. We're looking to stop pollution. We're looking for clean energy sources. We're looking for education. We're looking for healthcare. We're looking for housing. We're looking to get people off the streets of mental health issues and get them help. And don't just give them fentanyl and give them money for needles. That's stupid. Don't let them camp on the street. That's stupid. Also stupid ignoring them, right? That's stupid too. So real resources. And once we do that, we could all do it. The whole country will be less at each other's throat, less anxiety. It can be accomplished. But we have to address the primary fact in this country for crime and horrible behavior. It's completely disenfranchised neighborhoods. It's areas that have been fucked since the 1940s, and they're not doing anything to change them, and no one's pouring any resources to try. There's no plans to try to revitalize these communities and elevate these people out of like dire poverty and gang violence and drug use. There's a way to do it. It's not impossible, but there's no resources put at it at all. That should be another thing. That shouldn't be a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. Why should we spend money on that? But it shouldn't be. It should be
the people who voted for Donald Trump, who I'm not a fan of, and I know you have respect for him, and I respect that. But the people who voted for him, I have immense respect for them and their sense that they felt left out of the American dream, a lot of people. And in so many ways, when, the world got globalized and a lot of people did very well out of that, particularly in the global south, but everyone in America, I think, a lot of communities paid the price for that. And I don't know what the pie was grown. NAFTA, I think, was supposed to be $1 trillion. It ended up being, the pie was I think it was $1.5 trillion. So there was enough money to reinvest in communities, but it never happened. And so people were pissed off. I think we should be with those people. I'm not sure this is going to be the answer that they're looking for. And if it's not, I would encourage people. Yes, I'm not American. I don't vote. I'm Irish. Just you'll know. I trust in the wisdom of crowds. I really do. I mean you too. And you know, Americans will know, and they must. I can see where they're going right now. They're trying out this new version of themselves, and where we're not interested in the wider world as much. We're trying to fix our own problems. I would say they are bound up in each other, and I would say there's a higher purpose for America than the one that's being offered presently. But I don't want to get into the politics.
I think it's an overcorrection. Yeah, I
just don't. I
Look at this
really
move.
hope so, because we really need you. The world needs America. And
Look at
this
move.
European project, we've a land war on the outskirts of Europe. It is the most astonishing thing, and we don't know what's next. Poland. Have you ever? The Polish people have 2 million Ukrainians staying with them. They never complain. These are the most remarkable people you'll ever meet. There's all that money that was invested in, I guess who? George C. Marshall, an American general who became Secretary of State, who had the cleverness to say, after the war, the Second World War, and I think it was like 4% of the GDP was invested in the rebuilding of Europe. And the idea was, we have to make Europe succeed. And that's how we will defeat communism. And so when Ronald Reagan, pronounced a death sentence on the Soviet Union, and the reason Mikhail Gorbachev threw his hands up and said, this project is over, is because he knew that people could see it was dysfunctional. He knew there was a better life across the wall, the other side of the Iron Curtain. And sometimes it takes putting your money where your mouth is to show what freedom is. America did that. We owe America, and we need you. That's all I want to say. We need you, and together. Wow, it's 450 million people in Europe. It's like, we don't be fighting with Canadians and Mexicans here, right? You put all this together, this is formidable. And these boring people who are listening to you, probably tuning in now, very sneaky, what they saying? They said something about the good country. Like it, and they hate the mushroom. It's like, you wouldn't know. You've never been lifted by music, sir. You wouldn't know. They send people to death. Put some polonium up the bum. This is like, it's like come in. Your time's up, and I know we rewrite history and all the rest of it, but you can't do that. We are free people, and it is great to be free. And I don't want to stop singing songs of freedom. I want to be it. And that's what we talked about earlier. And
I think
that's it.
As human beings, there's a constant struggle. I think there's a constant struggle to find the path. And I think we go through a series of overcorrections and a series of going really far left and really far right. And,
order, disorder.
Yeah.
That's Richard.
It's part of the battle of good and evil. There's a thing, I believe it. I think naive to think that if evil acts occur, there's no true evil. I think it's naive, and evil acts are undisputable. And the concept of evil has always existed. I think
and we can become part of it.
Yes.
You've seen it outside a pub when somebody's down, kid goes down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You've seen it at a football match.
Yep.
Well, probably in American football you don't, but in Europe, in football and soccer, you see mad violence, and it's like a spirit. You can watch it in a crowd.
Yeah.
And it's we've all been part of it. It's not like we're separate from it.
Right.
It's an entanglement.
Right.
But rarely is evil so obvious. There's a great book by Bulgakov called The Master and the Margarita. Have you heard about this?
No.
So the devil appears in the rooftops of Moscow and goes, "Oh, this is going to be fun. Nobody believes I exist." It's one of the great, the Stones' Sympathy for the Devil, I think that's inspired by it. But this, it's insidious sometimes. Evil is harder to spot. But I think we know, we kind of know it when we see it at full force.
We just can't be afraid of sounding foolish.
No.
And when you say that I think evil's a real thing, you can sound.
You can't measure it.
Right.
You can't prove it exists.
Right.
But, that's what I say, but science, science, we need science. We don't need science to prove that evil exists. We need religion to suggest that it exists and how we might deal with it. And in ourselves first, I would suggest. You were talking about fighting. The biggest opponent, it would appear, is indeed yourself.
Yeah.
You're up against yourself. I've got to that place, and I'm not a sportsman competent, but just in my own walk, I realized, wow, all these people I thought I was up against, in my head, it's yourself.
Yes.
I love this thing of the way. I'm going to remember that, and I love the truth, and I love being alive. I love the life. I'm gonna hold on to that.
Please do. And keep doing whatever you're doing, man. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you for coming on.
You're
It was a lot of fun.
absolutely.
I enjoyed it.
You went into great detail about what's happening, particularly in China. I just wanted to go over something that I felt wasn't asked, which is fiscal second quarter sales, $45 billion plus or minus 2%. $8 billion of lost revenue opportunity, specifically relating to China in H20. It seems as if you made up some demand for a different product or from a different geography or from a different corner of the market. What was that?
Well, we got a whole bunch of engines firing right now. The biggest one, of course, is the reasoning AI inference. The demand is just off the charts. You see the popularity of all these AI services now, ChatGPT, Gemini, so on and so forth, with Grok. I mean, they're just doing incredibly well across the board. And all of the APIs that they serve out and all the AI services that are built on top of them, they're all doing incredibly well. I think that there's just a giant breakthrough in AI's capability, and inferencing has just become a giant workload. Second, people realize that Blackwell is just a home run. 72 is a home run. We designed it to be a theme machine, a reasoning AI system, and I think people now, the confluence of the breakthrough in reasoning AI and the availability, now the emergence of Grace Blackwell and B972, perfect timing. I think that's at the core, a big part of it. And the second part of it is that our supply chain is growing, and we're really ramping it up, and we're doing fantastically for us. And so all these things are all coming together.
And so it is fair to say that some of that additional supply on Blackwell and the demand for Blackwell kind of made up for the opportunity loss in China, at least in the outlook for this current period.
Yeah, I guess so. But you just can't underestimate the importance of the China market. This is the second largest AI market. This is the home of the world's largest population of AI researchers. We want all of the world's AI researchers and all of the world's developers to be building on American stacks. And so, irrespective of the near term revenue success that we have, we can't ignore the fact that the Chinese market is very important.
You explained, again, in some detail, that at least in the Hopper architecture, you have engineered down to the lowest spec possible. It's not possible to do anything different for the Chinese market. But in your consideration for a different architecture or the Chinese market, is that what we're talking about? New design or new class? Have you made that proposal to just designing from the chip?
We're working through that. The limitations are quite stringent, quite limited, if you will. H20 is as far down as we could take a Hopper. We don't know how to make it even less.
Yo, dog, who gives a shit about your bullshit, dog?
So
NVIDIA, I wear fucking leather jackets when I'm fucking giving
whatever we make ultimately has to
announcements about my company, and no one knows what I do. Push, perhaps. What the fuck is that button? Oh, what is this bullshit? Look at this gang. Yo, dog. How long are you going to have this 10 years in review for Joe Rogan Experience? And it's 5 years old? Man, I got to take a shizzy. Oh, what is this bullshit? Dog, I got to take such a dump, allegedly. Dude, hurry the fuck up. Come on, internet, quit sucking the D. Joe Rogan, what is this bullshit? Yo, no one gives a flying fuck. Dog, what is this bullshit? What's this asshole saying? Dude, don't be that one motherfucking guy who sucks. I gotta take a shizzy. Scale 1 to 10 it. George Tenet. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Come on, you little bitch. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Who is this person?
Joe
And they
Rogan
why
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Sick. Yeah, gangster.
Oh, hey, fella. Oh, what's up? What's going on, man?
Good.
It's good to see you.
It's good to be back.
Yeah, brother. I've had a few interesting days just chilling and relaxing and trying to stay off the news, man. And then this morning, someone sent me a video of Bridget Macron's wife.
Oh, I saw
fucking face slapping him. That's wild.
Dude, David is the look into the camera once he realizes I got caught. Yeah, he's like, oh, and he just like, it's very, you could put like the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song right after that.
Imagine what goes on closed doors. If someone's bitch slapping you on a private jet, like, what is that?
Yeah,
That's a relationship.
was she a teacher?
If it was she.
Oh yeah, there's a whole
There's a whole
thing.
Bro, Candace Owens did like 5 hours.
That's a little bit crazy.
But yeah, she's the wrong dog to go after you. Like,
Right.
If you're trying to break into a house, that's a wrong guard dog.
Right.
Like, she gets on something, she's like a pit bull.
No, she really breaks down. I had a friend once show me her breakdown of like a Taylor Swift situation because I didn't know Candace talks about like that sort of stuff as well. And I was like, oh, this is like a really in-depth breakdown of what's going on with Taylor Swift. That's crazy.
Oh, she did the whole Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively thing, and I'm eating popcorn. Oh, oh, no. But the fucking Brigitte Macron one is the craziest. because I think she's right. Obviously I don't know. But at the end of the day, the first thing you have to say is, what kind of a 40-year-old dates a 14-year-old?
Right.
That's crazy.
Well, that's the thing.
Even if it's a woman and a man. Well, first of all, Kurt Metzger says it's 14. I think the internet says it's 15. Kurt Metzger goes, but it's definitely 14. She was younger than that. Did you see me get cornered by him yesterday?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Bro, he just hit me with like 7 different conspiracies in a row. And I'm like, guys, I'm getting cornered.
It's so hard to follow him all the time when you're just like, well, okay.
I felt like a woman trapped at like an office party, and the guy who's hitting on them like won't leave them alone. They can't escape.
Yeah, have you ever seen that meme of that like girl at the party and the guy's just talking at him?
Yeah, it's always like, something about flat earth or something.
But yeah, no, it's I saw that and I was like, that's crazy that this happened this morning.
Crazy. But the facts of the situation. 40 and let's say 15. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
15 is, I have a 15-year-old. They're little kids, essentially. They're like 3 years away from being an adult.
Right.
3 whole years.
Well, you know what's interesting is that like I listen to a lot of true crime, and they'll say that like pedophiles and stuff will put themselves in situations where they can abuse, and I think that's why there's a lot of Nickelodeon
thing. It's like the Jimmy Savile thing in England.
That's crazy.
How crazy.
That's crazy.
How crazy.
I was trying to explain to someone this week. I was like, imagine if Mr. Rogers was the biggest pedophile that ever existed,
but also looked like one.
Yeah,
that's what's great. Like Mr. Rogers looks like a sweet guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like back in the day, like if a guy like Mr. Rogers was teaching kids, you wouldn't even get creeped out. It's like, oh, he's just a sweet guy. There's sweet people out there. But Jimmy Savile looks like a monster. He looked like a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Like didn't look like a real person. He looked like, what was that fucking movie? There was that movie that was based on a book. Oh my God. Johnny Depp was in it. The guy from How I Met Your Mother was in it.
This is not ringing any bells for me.
It's a really weird book that's like half fantastic, half realistic, sort of almost Harry Potter-ish.
Secret Window?
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
Let me see what it looks like.
Based on a Stephen King?
No, that's not it. No. It was like a recent...
Is it like almost Harry Potter-ish? Is it Magical Beast?
Yeah.
That movie?
That's it.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, it's Magical Beast.
Yeah.
He looks like an evil person in Magical Beasts.
Right. Like a bad wizard. He definitely looks like a bad wizard.
Doesn't look like a real human.
But I wonder too if
Pull up a picture of Jimmy Savile. Let's look at that guy.
I think it might be so hard to look past like everything that he's done.
Yeah.
For us to not see the monster, like it must have been like, oh, because
no, that's a monster. That's a monster. That's a monster. That's a monster. No matter what, that's a monster. That's a monster with the glasses. There's something about his eyes. Obviously, we know too much, right?
Right.
But look at this: shirt open, no, like no t-shirt underneath it, chest hair, fucking something around his neck.
That matches his shirt.
I guess a tie just around his neck. He's a creeper.
Yeah, but at the time they were like, "Oh, he's just a British eccentric guy." We British are known for our weird people.
God,
yeah. 50 years, just
and died, and no one ever caught him.
No one ever. He covered it up. Crazy, just let him get away. Used to hang out at the hospitals that he would.
Well, that's the Sandusky thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Sandusky thinks same thing. Like everybody knew about it.
Oh, dude, yeah, everyone knew that, but they were winning. So like, dude, we win championships. I didn't think
the devil. If the devil's a real thing, that's where the devil lives.
It's very funny, at least for that they exposed Sandusky after they went 7-6. They were like they were winning first, and then they were like 7-6. Is
that really what happened?
It was the same. They had a whole the Sandusky thing came out.
They needed to make changes. He wasn't doing his job.
I think he had already retired at that point too. Just crazy.
Well, that's even. Yeah, that's when it's over because you're not valuable anymore.
And
you got to Biden that motherfucker. You got to Pelosi that motherfucker right into the rocks.
Right.
Like Dianne Feinstein in a wheelchair, being told by her operatives who to vote for.
Right. That's what you got to do if you're Sandusky.
Ride that bitch into the rocks. Because if you get out, then they start investigating. You're like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Stay active.
Yeah, you gotta keep achieving.
The con alive. Keep people fed because they will feed to the wolves. Right? If you're a corrupt politician, you got to be in all fast. You can't retire. If you retire, you're open game. Because now are you on a podcast, retired, talking shit? Let's get them. And they start auditing you, and everyone's got some fucking shady. They made way too much money, dude. There's no way. There's no way it's not shady when you're worth $200 million and you make $170 grand a year. That's crazy.
Right, and then you have to stay. You have to.
You gotta ride into the rocks.
Also, there's something about power that you don't want to give up on. That's yeah. Some like weird Darth. Like the Emperor Palpatine. They all look like Emperor Palpatine. Every politician looks like Emperor Palpatine when they're old. It's crazy.
The weight of it all weighing on you. You know what I'm saying?
Like you have to know that you're like, man, I'm like, at a certain point, I'm fucking over so many people.
Right.
It's gotta weigh on your soul, hopefully.
Bro, you age. I think the best people age the hardest. You know? I think Obama was probably like a very idealistic young man who really wanted to change the world.
Yeah,
and that dude aged more than anybody.
Well, in 2000,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
who aged the least? Trump.
Yeah.
Trump just fucking.
This is something that
he just brushed that shit off his shoulders like it was nothing.
This is something that Derek said to me in like 2018 once. We were talking about. He's like, I don't know, because he's not a big politics guy, but it's like, I don't know if I trust Trump. His hair's not getting gray. What kind of politician doesn't get gray hairs?
Well, the hair itself, he makes fun of his own hair. He was on stage talking about his comb over.
Yeah, he's funny.
He does stand up. He's doing stand up. Regardless of what you think about him, foreign policy, economics, regardless, the guy is doing stand up.
He can work a room.
Well, that's why none of them can fuck with him, because he can go on a podcast easy. Because he does these stadiums where he just goes out and starts talking shit. He does Biden impressions. He does Biden wander around the room. He doesn't know where he is. He's funny, man. Okay, and the problem is he does it all the time. So he's got an act. He's basically like a comic. Like in a lot of ways. That's the problem. It's like these other people they have canned speeches that are written by a bunch of people that have this like really well-worded, explanation of what's wrong with the world, what's wrong with the country, and what they're going to do. But it's not them. It's not them. That's why they all fall apart when they're talking, and they just don't have any idea what the question's going to be. That's why they had to be protected. All of them have to be protected from themselves.
Right.
Because when confronted by like some basic facts about the fucking corruption of the world, they don't know what to say, and they crumble. And Trump just starts talking shit. He just starts talking shit. Oh, they're all corrupt. And he just starts going into it and talking about crooked Hillary and this and that, and they said this and they said that.
Yeah, it's just him saying what's on his mind, regardless of whether or not, people like fact check him or whatever. I think people are just used to that now. Like, that's how they consume media now, is like, I need the real person to talk to me.
Yes. It's also like, they're like, oh, he's a crazy person. I'm like, yeah, that's the only kind of person that would survive what you try to do to him.
Right.
That's the only kind of guy that gets through. Like, you want a perfect person morally falls apart by the time they've been indicted and the 34 counts, felony counts. Like, your whole body's just destroyed by the stress of you possibly going to jail for the rest of your life. You have to be a fucking insane person to ride that out and not look like anything even happened. Then you get shot.
Yeah.
You get up. After you got shot, you're fucking bleeding from your ear, and you go fight. You gotta be a crazy person to get through. He's a nightmare for anybody that's trying to rig a system. Like, that guy's the nightmare. He's the final boss of fuck you. You know?
Yeah. And also to want like a good guy to be your president is kind of crazy. Like, a good guy is your neighbor. Like, well,
it would be nice if we could get a good guy.
I don't think they would want that job.
No, they wouldn't want that job.
No, they wouldn't want that job.
But
no way. That's an awful job.
I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's like a lot of people that just want success. They want a certain kind of success, and also they want a certain kind of success publicly. They want everybody to know that they're successful. Like, that's a like hyper competitive person that's locked into a very specific kind of game.
Welcome.
Is the game of look at all the shit I got.
Oh,
Look at all the power I have. Look at all the shit I've got. And they're all playing that game. They're just playing that game sneaky. They're playing that game talking about the
What up, baby? How are you?
Addressing climate change.
What's good, Dive? How's your day going? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Dad, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me?
The one time you respond to what looks like spam, and it actually turns out to be sincere. It's like, fair enough.
From Blue Sky?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Have we met before?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no way. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dive. First and foremost, apologies for my bots on Blue Sky. I do this for world peace. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Again, I don't want war anymore, anywhere on Earth, and so this is essentially one person's mission to change the world. I also want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's a long name. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. That's what all my merchandise is. They've donated to me. And one thing we do is build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the people there. We've been successful at that project. I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program. And most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology. If you didn't know this, Dive, data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. In 2018, as a matter of fact, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum. And I have more data online than any person in global history. I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube channels. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live everywhere. Dive, have you happened to ever have seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I did watch the Truman Show with a friend recently, actually.
Amazing. Okay, well, that's essentially what I am. My whole life is on camera, basically for the world to be able to digest. And just like Truman Burbank, the hero of that movie, essentially becomes a global phenomenon, I may be as well. And if that happens, Dive, I'm going to be a very influential person, and that means I'm going to help you. If you want, I'm going to help your friends and your family to become financially independent if you're not, to create generational if you haven't already, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help improve the world. How does that sound?
I'm on board. It sounds like a noble goal, and it sounds like you've got all your chess pieces set in the right place, so to speak.
Absolutely. I talk about some other things that I feel are going to help the world and will be very interesting for the world to be able to hear. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial intelligence, including artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, alien disclosure. We talk about things like quantum computing and cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction. Dive, people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. Most recently made news with their direwolf project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is just an amazing goal. I talk about things that affect you, perhaps, and will affect your family in the future. And again, this is all with your...
the ecosystem at the end of the day is the Animal Kingdom is part of the Earth's biosphere, and that's part of the Earth, which is part of us.
Exactly.
We have our responsibility to look after it.
100%. When you were born, Di, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. And if you want, I want to be able to give you the resources to increase that to age 100, 120 through technology, oxygen therapy, human hormones, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. But you may be able to get to 120 years old and utilize this life extension technology. You may say, Rabbi, body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is for consent. If you want to die at age 80 without any of this technology, that's totally up to you. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for your download as an android, avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic, a clone of yourself, robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Dive. But essentially what I'm saying to you is you may have an opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
If the opportunity did arise, I'd probably take it. It does sound a little bit far-fetched for the moment, but it is plausible that one day it could happen.
Absolutely.
And, honestly, I'm all for it. As for longevity, I'd say my grandparents actually, they're pushing 90, and they're happily mobile and about, and all I've heard from them is just don't use foods that are contained in plastic. Like they always get ketchup with a glass bottle rather than like a plastic bottle.
Right, because of bisphenol A and other things that plastics that leach into it, they're smart, and that's probably one of the reasons why they've made it so long. Well,
just healthy home cooked food.
Absolutely. Well, you should know that I'm going to go viral one of these days. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, if there's an opportunity to get to the 90 and then extend it even further using the processes you've described, then we could be working on compounding like a 100,
more than that.
I don't know.
I'm talking 10,000.
I'm trying to live until I'm 1,000 anyway.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about 1,000, 10,000, a million, even a billion years. You'll essentially be able to revivify yourself if you want. It's like a save point in a video game. If at any point you want to go back to it, you'll be able to. And this is becoming a reality. Memory transfers projects are already being completed on mice successfully. So basically being able to transfer memories from one mouse to another. And that's already being done. And within the next 10 years, the idea, perhaps starting the idea of mind uploading on human trials may be a reality. We already have, and we've already studied on this stream, brain-computer interfaces. The first successful brain-computer interface took place with a man named Nolan Ashbrough. He's already successfully had Neuralink implanted in his brain and is able to use a mouse cursor without the use of his hands or legs. He's quadriplegic, yet he can play a video game better than you or I can. Essentially, he's got an auto-aimer with the brain-computer interface. And already the second and the third Neuralink patients have had their brain-computer interfaces successfully implanted. And it's just a matter of time until that type of technology becomes more widespread. Now, I don't want that. I don't want something implanted in me. But the idea is we're going to glean a lot of data from these types of projects to eventually, once it's safe for everybody, perhaps some kind of wireless scan of my brain might be something that I may want to consider. I certainly want anything pushed on me. I don't want anything pushed on you. But I think it may be beneficial for some people. And then there's the idea as well for those people who have suffered terrible trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder. There's something known as memory erasure, where you basically can remove some perhaps difficult memories from people's memory banks, if that is something that they want. But again, the key to all of this is consent. And, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, Di, thank you so much for having the courage to come in here and meet me and hear about what I'm doing. I know it comes off as like, who is this rabbi who just is spamming everybody willy-nilly? And, there are only so many options that we have available. But I do have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So you are on the ground floor of something really great. And I know I won't have to do this all summer. Basically, more and more people are coming in here just like you, finding out what I do. Would you like to see my bot? Excellent. Okay. So I've got 3 of them. And really what they do is I've got handheld devices that I use to create the accounts. And then what I do is I have a big spreadsheet that has all of the accounts saved in it. And then what those do is allow me to use that data to log into the account. And then what it does is it follows and reposts any recent activity on the platform. So just for a moment, I'm going to show you. Okay. So here we go. This one's looking here. So if you see that pink finger, it's going to repost. Then it just moves on to the next person. It's going to like their post. And it's going to repost.
It's nice and simple.
Exactly. There's a saying, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. I do that as best I can. And that's what it does. And then when they get banned, it automatically knows to go to the next name or the next username on the spreadsheet. And it just works almost like a machine gun. And so long as I keep it filled with valid usernames, it keeps this going. So that's essentially what I do. I am mostly a desktop streamer, but I also do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And when this goes viral, I'd like to travel the world and stream, give people a first-person view of what I do. So you might be on the ground floor of something really interesting. Just with that, do you have any questions?
I was terrible when it came to jobs. Do you have any questions for me? That was the point where I just, So,
That's okay. If you don't have any, you don't have any. It's fine.
I did have a really good one. My memory's not the best of times. I apologize.
No need to apologize at all. If you remember it now or in the future, I'm always here. More than anything, though, and the dreams of making you rich and helping your family and all of those things, I just want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I just want to give people hope. And I know with the more and more people who find out about what I do, they'll see that I'm not such a bad person after all, that I'm actually a very caring person who wants the best for everyone on Blue Sky, and really everyone in the world. And I know my message will perhaps be contagious with people, and I'll get people who speak out and just say, hey, get to know the rabbi. He's much nicer than you may think. He's not a bad person. He's in his right mind, and he just cares very much about the world. And my message will spread, and then eventually that'll give me hopefully a platform to be able to discuss futurology and really technological advancements, because that's what really about which I'm passionate. Things like mega projects that I'd like to see in our lifetime, like a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially a tunnel that needs to be about 51 miles long that connects Asia to North America. which would mean that you'd be able to drive from Los Angeles to Paris or from New York City to Cape Town. And then also the clearing of the Darien Gap, which is about 70 to 90 miles in between Panama and Colombia, and maybe a few bridges in South America, which would allow us to perhaps drive from Buenos Aires to Berlin or from Rio de Janeiro to Moscow. These are things that I feel would very much benefit the world and connect us. I mean, normally people don't think of taking a road trip to another continent, but this is something that certainly could make it reasonable. And I'm also an advocate for things like space elevators and space tourism and terraforming of the planets and interstellar travel. The next closest star is Proxima Centauri. That's Alpha Proxima, and that's about 4.2 light years away, and that's within Alpha Centauri. And basically, once we're able to get closer and faster to the speed of light, that's something that's a reasonable trip. Now, perhaps not for this current generation or the next generation, but if we are able to have life extension technology and eventually mind uploading technology, this type of trip might be something that makes it more realistic to future generations. These are kind of discussions that I think are important for the world. Additionally, having world peace, that's very important to me. If I were to be the litigator or the, let's just say, middle person in these agreements, I would sit both sides down. I would give a map, a crayon, and say, draw the line. Where are the borders? If you want borders, and we would live stream it. It's as simple as that. And then each side stays on their side of the border, essentially. And that's how I would do it. I don't know if I'll be able to have that kind of success, but I feel live streaming is very important. Allowing the world to see and witness these discussions is very important. And so both in the Middle East and in Ukraine, I would like to see global peace, at least ceasefires, releasing of hostages. And I just like peace. And I feel that when we have peace on earth, which we eventually will, people think like we're never going to have world peace. If you study even just fictional civilizations, but anything about alien civilizations, they need peace on their home planet before they can start exploring the cosmos. In the same way, if you think of colonial powers, they needed to have peace in the motherland before they could go exploring other areas. And I feel the same is going to be true on here on Earth. Maybe it's not in the next 10 years, but perhaps in the next 100 or certainly probably the next 1,000 years, we will see a lot more peace. I'm also an advocate for universal basic income because I know that AI is replacing human positions at an alarming rate. I'm a major advocate for AI as well. I was streaming on the very day that AI, or that I should say large language models, were made available to the public. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022 and was streaming the day that it launched, November 30th, 2022. And I've seen the change that's made in society already. I know that's just going to continue. Basically, I have its birth on camera, and not everybody can say that. And I know that this project's going to be very interesting to people. And with all that said, this is just the most amount of human data of a single individual that we have on the most angles. And people study my behavior patterns, my social patterns, my restroom habits, my bathing habits, my eating patterns, my sleeping patterns, sleep cycles, my rhythms. Everything about the human body has been archived on the stream. And I know that's going to be interesting, perhaps at an academic level in the future, perhaps at a university level. It will be studied in the future, and I'm excited about that.
I wish the best for you in regards. I would say if this has been YouTube, I would just like to say, hi YouTube.
Dive says hello, YouTube, to either if you're watching in 2025 or 3025. You all should know Dive is a very kind person, very courageous for taking the time to learn more about me. Dive, I'm not going to take up any more of your time if you don't, I know you're a busy person, but you should know that you always have a home here. Feel free to check in with me whenever you want. And I don't want anything from you. A lot of people think I'm trying to scam people out of money. I don't want your money. Keep your money.
It's been nice being here.
Absolutely.
It's been nice talking to you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Hearing what you have to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, me too, sir.
If you ever need anything, I'm here to support you. Okay?
Much appreciated, Rabbi Rothschild.
Take care,
I
Dive.
hope you have a lovely day.
You as well. Peace.
Wish you, yeah, peace out.
Thank you, Dive. Nice person. Shout out to Dive. What a sweetheart. I wish everybody was like Dive. Dive's such a nice person. What a great individual. If you watch this in the future, Dive, you should know that I very much appreciate your kindness. You're just a really nice person. Not everybody's as nice as you.
Change and all sorts of weird shit. They're talking about all playing the same goddamn game.
They're in a game. They want to see how long my name lasts post me dying. Like, that's the type of person.
Bro, it's what happens with cults. It's what happens with everything. There's always one maniacal person that just wants to control everything. Everything. That's why CEOs backstab each other and try to get each other removed. And you hear about that, like, internal coups at companies. Yeah. Everybody's always like, "Fuck you! I'm the man. How could he be the man? I'm the man." They just want to fucking ruin each other, man.
Yeah, I feel like that's why Dick Cheney was so effective. He's like, I'll be number 2.
He was straight Satan.
Yeah.
He was in the Bible. That guy was in the Bible. He didn't have a pulse. At one point in time, no, legitimately.
Oh, yeah.
An artificial heart, no pulse, and responsible for who knows how many deaths.
Oh, countless.
Who knows?
A whole 20-year war that we had no business being in.
Not only that, you want to talk about, like, transparent. This was all transparent before the internet. But imagine, it was kind of the internet was around, right? But not the same. The internet in 2001, social media, it was a different kind of internet. But this guy was getting, his former company was getting no bid contracts for billions of dollars to fix shit that blew up in a war that's his idea.
That's a pretty, from the outside point of view, if you have the power to make money that way, what a genius, evil thing to do.
So profitable.
I know. He might just billions of dollars, enough that he didn't need a heart anymore.
What do you, like, how do you combat that with the idea also in place that capitalism is way better than communism, which I think we all agree.
Yeah.
So how do you combat that?
I think I'm maybe a little more cynical than most people, because I just, the way I look at it now is like, I don't think you can. Because I think whatever system that you end up putting in place, regardless, there are the haves and the have-nots. Right? So it's like, maybe we can combat this and we can curb maybe corruption in this manner, but corruption will always find a way.
Right, but is there a way to minimize it? Is there a way to make it less available? Like, it seems like, I'm just guessing. I've never been a congressman. I've never been a congressman. I'm just guessing. But my friend Tulsi was a congresswoman for 8 years.
Right.
And her experiences, like, in there, they're quite disturbing, because without speaking out of turn, what essentially the idea that I'm getting, and then not just talking to her, talking to Fetterman, talking to multiple people.
Right.
Because a lot of these people, they go in with good intentions, and then they encounter a system that is just rigged with grifters. Like, the whole system, you're in a grifting system. You're like, oh, Jesus Christ. So it's all about lobbyists, and it's all about money, and then people start hedging their decisions of what they're going to talk about or discuss or be against, because they're going to run for re-election, which they're always doing. They're always in a constant cycle of generating more donor money and running for re-election and making everybody happy.
I think you, at least for, like, you see that with, like, AOC, someone who, you know, when she was coming up, it was like a whole anti-system sort of Democrat, and then 2020 endorses Biden. So it's like, eventually they get you to play ball.
Well, it's like, who would choose if she didn't endorse Biden? Like, this is the argument that Bernie Sanders made on Flagrant. He was essentially saying to Akash and Andrew, he was saying, my choice was either help Donald Trump or support the Democratic Party. even though they fucked him over. And so his choice, he made the choice to support Hillary.
Well, I mean, I get it from Bernie's. Like in my mind, I'm like, I don't know, this is me not knowing anything about how Congress works, but it's like, if I'm supposed to be the next young, like, I'm the change of the Democratic Party, I think the power move is to not endorse anybody there. If I'm in like an AOC position of just
I think more lockdown than we'd like to think.
Right.
Well, clearly it is, right? Mm-hmm. Because here's a good example. They were going to release the Epstein files day one, right? Okay, what happened? What happened? If that's what you did before you got the job, and then you got the day one, you couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what are we saying? Saying that this is more. It's probably a lot more complicated. The web, and then there's some people for decades and decades been developed relationships working inside these fucking government. That's our real government. That's our real government. These people realize that once they get into Congress, they realize that when they become a senator, they realize that, like, okay, this is not the real government. And if you fuck with the real government, they'll take your ass.
Yeah, they'll shoot you. Or they'll try.
They did everything to Trump. They did everything. They did indictments. They did public shame. They took shots at him.
But also with the Epstein thing, it's probably like just way too many people are on that list for a government to be even any sort of functional.
Look at the two of them. It's a hostage video, dog.
Dude, he looks so scared to be there right now.
It's like that's a hostage video.
That's Cash right now being like, "Don't say the wrong name or I'm dead."
Yeah, that's a hostage video, son.
Yeah, there's no winning in that because it's like that's Epstein is across the aisle. That's everybody.
The thing about them saying that I've seen the file, he definitely killed himself. Well, what could be in the file? Let's strongman this. Mm-hmm. What could be in the file that would convince you that the autopsy that was done independently by Dr. Michael Batten, who's that famous HBO autopsy guy? Do you know that guy?
No.
You ever see that show, HBO's Autopsy?
No, I've never seen that.
Great show. From a while back. But the show was all about how they caught murderers who did a lot of crazy shit. And just insane things that some people did. One guy, his wife died, and he kept her body in his house, and he kept buying like cases and cases of perfume, and he was covering her decaying body with perfume to stop the odor, and he inserted some sort of a rubber fake vagina into the corpse. Bro.
Yeah, what a guy.
Bro. When they describe him, so this guy, anyway, he's got a famous show that was on HBO that was on for a long time, like many seasons. All of these insane murder cases, how they caught these people. So he's like an expert at detecting the difference between accidental death, murder. And he looked at the autopsy. He looked at what had happened to Epstein's body. He said, this is indicative of someone being strangled to death. Mm-hmm. These kind of breaks in the bones on the neck. This is not what happens when you hang yourself. And he was like, the mark is also in the wrong place. It's low on the neck. Whereas if someone strangles themselves, the weight of their body, which is what's killing them, it all goes up to like the top of your chin. Mm-hmm. He's like, none of these injuries that are consistent with someone who's strangled. So what could be in if they don't have a video? So if they say the cameras were down, okay, so there's no video. All right, so what do you have that makes you think that he 100% committed suicide? And how do you let the guy who is in one of the most high-profile cases of sex trafficking in history, how do you let that guy just not be watched?
But also, why is Ghislaine still alive? If Epstein knows all these things, there's no way Ghislaine doesn't know them as well. She's like there. She's there the whole time. I feel like she knows everything that he knows.
Well, she's in jail where they get to do yoga.
Yeah, so she got a sweet deal.
Well, she is alive though, which is kind of crazy. Like you got to wonder, like if they killed him because they couldn't trust him. Allegedly,
right?
Let's just say.
Maybe
let's give Cash and Dan the benefit of the doubt. So maybe there's something in that file that shows that. What would convince you? What could be in the file that would convince you?
I mean, it would have to be active. It would have to be active politicians, presidents, billionaires. Like it's got to be like that level of like. I mean, the fucking prince was there.
Did you ever see what Epstein's cellmate looked like?
No.
Bro. Ready for this? His cellmate is this giant Italian guy who was a cop, who was a dirty cop, and I think was in there for murder. I think it was like a bad drug deal or some shit. Let's find the details in this. But when you see what this guy looked like, you're like, are you fucking kidding me? He looks like The Rock.
Right.
Guy's giant. And this is the cellmate. You put a murder in with the guy who's the most high-profile witness and defendant in history, dealing with a sex slave operation for elites, and you left him in there with a giant murderer?
Right, and there should be a guard around him at all times. But they knew they were going to liquidate him.
You know what?
Almost immediately.
You get an image of him, Jimmy?
I was digging through details of what he did that I didn't remember. I don't remember
What the cop did?
Yeah, he had 4 life sentences.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, but let's show the picture of him. The picture's insane. When you see what he looks like, you're like, this guy looks like a heavyweight MMA fighter.
Right, they were just waiting for him to die.
Bro, he literally looks like a gorilla. Look at him. Far right picture. That one, yeah. Look at the size of this guy. Imagine, someone got strangled to death and this guy's the cellmate. Nothing to see here, folks. Look at the size of the fucking guy. Ex-Westchester cop gets 4 life terms in prison for quadruple homicide. So he's already in jail for 4 life sentences. All you have to do is give him tuna. You get tuna from the commissary. Just kill this guy.
Yeah.
What are you going to get? We're going to get you hookers every month. Bring in a hooker. What are you going to get? I mean, I'm not saying that happened.
I mean,
but I'm saying if a guy is in jail for 4 life sentences, like that would be a good guy to hire.
One of them was strangling someone to death with a zip tie.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
He's good at it. Jesus Christ. He strangled someone to death with a zip tie.
Tortured him.
What's his name?
Martin.
Tartaglione. Tartaglione. It's like, that's like a character in a bad novel.
It's a strong man that, though, he wasn't technically his cellmate at the time of the death. He was moved.
Hey, they moved me. Don't worry about it. I wasn't even there, bro. I wasn't even there. I was just 2 cells down, and my door was locked for sure.
I mean, you can't tell because the video's gone, but I'm stuck there.
If they have video, I mean, please show it so I can prove my innocence. You know, meanwhile, now he's got fucking sandwiches Jimmy John's gets delivered to prison. He's eating great.
Extra yard time.
He's got a fucking laptop in his room. Like, what's going on? You know, you remember in Goodfellas where they had like their own special prison? Apparently that was real. They used to really have it set up like that.
That makes sense.
Where like mob guys would pay people off, so when they went to prison, they had like a big prison cell and they would cook in there and they would do a bunch of shit. Like for real, they just had to stay there and hang out with each other.
Yeah, dude, it's so great. Corruption is always corruption, huh?
Corruption is always corruption.
There's no way around it. It's just a part of our reality.
Yeah, it's always corruption. I was reading about this famous Mexican singer who was supposed to be playing in Dallas. He had a 50,000 seat place. He was doing the place where like the Cowboys play, and they canceled his visa.
Really?
Yeah, because he sings those narco songs. Yeah, and one of which are apparently like it's gangster rap.
Right.
It's the Mexican version of gangster rap.
Yes.
But gangster rap is fine.
Yeah, it's like
gangster rap. Weird, right?
Yeah,
a little weird.
That's truly the reason, just because he sang the narco song?
Well, he did, and he had an image of one of the guys at his concert while he was like singing the song. There's an image of one of the head guys.
Yeah, well, I think to sing one of those narco songs, you need to get it like approved by the guy.
Yeah.
So it's like the part of the whole thing. But it's like,
so he had an image of the guy like in homage to him while he sang the song, and they're like, "That's where we draw the line." You can't
Even a different guy.
What do you
Similar situation. Singer in a different band had the. I'm looking at the article now.
I thought it said him.
Saying this Alvarez is the guy that you're talking about for Dallas, and then it said
Yes.
earlier this year, visas revoked for this band.
So why did Alvarez?
But didn't Alvarez also have something similar?
I'm just saying this is what the article.
Does anything else say in the article?
Exactly.
Which article is this from? This is from USA Today.
Yeah. Is there anything that says why Alvarez was denied?
Yeah. So maybe I got it wrong. So it's another guy did that, and so was he denied as well?
Yeah. But it's the article is saying multiple. people have the singers from these types of bands.
Oh, I see. So they're revoking a lot of these visas recently now that Trump's in place. It is kind of crazy.
Yeah, at the same time, it is just songs.
I know.
Yeah, it's like
it is just songs, but I guess the idea is that it's songs celebrating the cartel culture. But why is gangster rap okay?
Right, and it's like cartel culture is like real thing, and like, what are you gonna try to stop the art that comes out of that as well? Like people's lives, like the art share. It's
also,
art.
It's a real because we have stupid drugs.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh,
that's the reality.
Anti-marijuana at THC is governor's desk today.
Oh,
I know. It's like, and it's so funny. That's like, you want to be seen as like tough on the border and like tough on immigration, and yet you hand the cartels a big win by making THC illegal. It's crazy.
When I heard there's an issue, that one of the issues in anytime there's like, especially with marijuana laws, it's the prison lobbies. Like prison lobbies are powerful. They're very big, and they don't want to cut back on business.
No,
it's the devil again. It's the devil again.
Same with alcohol.
It's
and
big alcohol companies for sure. They don't want to alcohol, but I don't think would. I mean, maybe they've done studies.
I think they already know alcohol sales are down wherever weed's.
Interesting.
Not like no one's drinking, obviously, but they're down.
And it's a big pharma thing too, where it's like if people self-medicate their anxiety with weed, which is what a lot of people do, then they're not going to go to the doctor for pills.
Well, that's a slippery slope, isn't it?
Yeah.
Self-medicating your anxiety with weed.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that's what happens.
People drink for depression.
Right.
Same thing. It's like, that's a terrible strategy.
It's a terrible strategy, but the option should be there for you. Right. The government shouldn't be like, no, you should get your self-medication. You should just let us have your medication. Let the big pharma have their medication.
Well, we should, if we're going to apply this kind of control, it should be to food. Like, we shouldn't be able to drink Coca-Cola anymore then. Then we shouldn't be able to eat French fries. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Why are you telling people, especially you who doesn't have experience with these things, telling people that they can't do it? It's a stupid thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid because all it does is empower illegal organizations. But if at the same time it empowers prisons, that's a problem. Like, we make money too, we get our cut.
Right.
You know, our cut is we get to lock people up and use them as human batteries to generate money for a private prison system.
Yeah, and it must be a lot of money because both Democrats and Republicans voted for this in Texas. So it's like, it must be a lot of money because it's like an $8 billion industry in Texas that they're just throwing away in September. So there's got to be what they make in those private prisons must be immense.
Well, I mean, it might not just be that. It might be, we're saying private prisons, but we're just guessing. There might be a bunch of different factors in place, a bunch of different things. But at the end of the day, it's stupid because these kind of drug laws, all they do is empower the cartels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what we want, right? We don't want to empower organized crime. This is how the mafia rose to prominence in the United States during Prohibition. That was Al Capone.
Mm-hmm.
He made his money moonshining.
Right, and then to turn around and be like, well, he can't sing about the cartel life, but we'll invite him is like such a crazy. It's like a weird attack on free speech that's coming. I'm not a big fan of.
The Godfather is one of the greatest movies of all time. It's a movie about the mob. Sopranos, one of the great shows of all time, celebrated by everybody, wins awards. It was about the mob. It was sympathetic. The main mob character in the show was a murderer.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite characters of all time.
Love him.
Tony Soprano's incredible. yeah.
How come that's okay?
Right.
It's weird. Like, what do we do? Is it because the mafia is not a real threat anymore? Mm-hmm. They think they've kind of taken the teeth out of the mafia?
Yeah, I mean, towards the end, you see it towards the end of the series as well. Them talking about how like the mafia can't really shake down local stores anymore because they don't exist. All that, and they're definitely less afraid of the mafia, even in the late 90s.
Oh yeah. Well, Giuliani cleaned it up.
Right.
And the government really went after them during the John Gotti days.
Mm.
Like, John Gotti was like the last big public mob boss, where everybody knew the mob boss was. Like, and he would walk around with these like super expensive suits on. It was crazy to watch, man.
Right.
Because you were essentially watching like our equivalent to a cartel member. That it was just like existing as a major celebrity in society, where his name was making it onto rap songs,
Right. Well, what's that? Oh my God, what's the guy who escaped the Mexican prison? The cartel guy? El Chapo.
Yeah, El Chapo.
Yeah, you can become famous enough if you're famous.
Bro.
El Chapo, Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can become famous enough. It's a route to fame for sure.
In that world,
Mhm.
in the cartel world, but not necessarily in the mob world anymore. Like in the Italian mob world, I'm sure the Italian mob's not out of business.
No, but
so if the Italian mob's in business, like whoever's running it is not being ridiculous about it. Like John Gotti was just being flagrant about it.
right.
Just walking down the street with like super expensive suits on, like, hey, fuck you, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I think that's also with the mob, it's kind of easier. Like all the Italians kind of live in the same place. Now everyone's just sort of more mixed together. I would say at least in that world. It's not like I've never walked at least in Austin or LA and be like, oh wow, a bunch of Italians live here.
yeah.
I think that helps if if you can do that to your community, you can control.
That definitely is what they did.
Mhm.
I mean, they were all about where did he live? Did he live in Brooklyn or did he live in Staten Island? I forget where he lived. But wherever he lived, like the area where I think it was Brooklyn.
Mhm.
Was it, Jamie?
Living abandoned mansion, Long Island, I guess. They did that TV show.
Was it Bensonhurst? Is that where he was?
Well, yeah, he was rich enough. He probably lived in-
Sheepshead Bay. Wherever he was like a very Italian area. Like, and it was known like the streets were safe. Like, there's no breaking and entering in John Gotti's neighborhood.
Right.
Family home of John Gotti, Howard Beach.
Howard Beach. That's it. That's yeah. So also that was also the place where the Italian guys chased the black kids into traffic. Do you remember that story?
No. When was this?
This was like a really dark story that was I want to say it was in the 80s or the 90s, but it became a famous tragedy. These black guys were going through this Italian neighborhood and something happened and Italian guys chased them into traffic.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
23-year-old black man was killed on December 20th, 1986 in Howard Beach in Queens, New York City, a racially motivated attack. Griffith and two other black men were set upon by a group of white youths outside a pizza parlor. Oh my God, it's a Spike Lee movie. Two of the victims, including Griffith, were severely beaten. Griffith fled onto a highway where he was fatally struck by a passing motorist.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
3 local teenagers were convicted rather of manslaughter for the death. A 4th was acquitted. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's never heard that story.
That was a story that I remember, like right out of high school, like right when I was, I was probably like 18, 19. Well, hi, Jamie. It was like,
okay.
So
Okay.
that is what it is.
Yeah.
In 89.
Damn. But yeah, weed ban is going to be very good.
It's not good anytime you let the government make more control, have more control over people for no fucking.
I felt the same way about the porn ban here too, and and we were talking about it earlier how I stopped watching porn.
Yeah.
Because I think definitely there was an addiction there, and there's also like you shouldn't have to work to see a naked woman.
Yeah, but let's be clear, there's not a ban here. It's just you have to be 18.
You have to be 18. Right. It's not a ban, but like you have to be 18 and then you have to send your ID in. Either like there's like biometric face scans for some of the sites you have to do. It's like really kind of like
they're gonna fucking blackmail a shit out of you.
Yeah, it's like
You're
really
at
like
milfs.com.
Right.
Pictures of you gooning, dick out.
Yeah, like you gotta pretend that like, oh, this is gonna go to a place where no one's gonna access it. You're gonna know my porn habit. That's like weird.
It's all weird because meanwhile everyone has a camera on their phone, everyone has a camera on their computer. All those cameras can be hijacked. It's very easy to do.
Right.
And then even if they didn't, now we have AI that will make it.
Yeah, you can just make porn with whoever you want.
Not just that, but make videos of you jerking off with your little tiny limp dick. It doesn't have to be real anymore.
Right.
You could be, there's gonna 100% people get blackmailed for stuff that they didn't do.
Right.
There's gonna and we're not gonna be able to know. I think they know now. I think like you can run them through programs, whether a video's been altered.
but it's gonna get better and better at tricking them. Like it's the how fast it's come. Like there's gonna be a time where you probably can't even like use video evidence in court because you're like, dude, we don't know if this is real at all.
I think the thing that they say is that the blockchain is going to help. So like every video that gets created gets put up on the blockchain, and you'll be able to see if that's the case, whether or not things have been altered.
What's the block? Isn't that a crypto thing?
It is,
okay.
But it's also so. Look, I don't want to fuck this up, so let's explain the blockchain. Get me a definition of the blockchain.
Yeah, but this sounds like a crypto bro trying to be like, no, the blockchain's got it.
No, it's not a good thing.
Okay.
It's like you know what it is? It's like putting more sticks against the wall to hold off the Mongol army. It's like, okay, we could stay safe for like another hour or two or a year or two, whatever it is, but I have a feeling that this AI aspect of our life is totally unmanageable at the point we're at right now. It just hasn't fallen apart.
No, it's it's something that something that Marx said about capitalism is, so they made us read the Communist Manifesto in college, and I would describe the first half of the book as this like love letter to capitalism, and then his conclusions are just very bad. That's how I feel about it. But he said that capitalism will eventually create the thing that will destroy it.
Jesus.
And it seems like the internet was that, and now AI. It seems like it's because once AI can do every job, like what are people gonna do?
A blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger that records transactions across a network of computers in a secure, transparent, and tamper-resistant way. It consists of chains. It consists of a chain of blocks, where each block contains a list of transactions, a timestamp, and a cryptographic link to the previous block. So I think this is the idea that it keeps security, like the techniques ensure data integrity and protect against unauthorized changes. So you're logging exactly the time. It's like a transaction. Once a transaction is recorded, it's extremely difficult to alter due to cryptographic hashing and consensus mechanisms. It's all very interesting.
This makes me feel old. I feel like my dad looking at
rules like proof of work or proof of stake ensure agreement on the ledger's state among nodes. So there's a bunch of different ways that they're kind of like highlighting how you could accurately tell if something's been altered or not. But that's for now.
Right, yeah.
It's all just for now.
And also the use of a lot of big words in that makes me boo. You're not as confident in it as you think you are as well. I feel like you use a lot of, if you're confident in something, you can explain it to a 5-year-old.
Yeah, but this is complex. I think it is explaining it to a 5-year-old. It's just a 5-year-old's got to read it 20 times.
Yeah, okay.
Like you can get it, but it's complex. But there's some weird shit going on. And one of them, this study that we just found out was going on Reddit from the University of Zurich. Do you know about that one?
No.
This one is fucking insane. What does it say? Oh, explain the blockchain. Powerful ChatGPT.
Yeah, thank you, AI. Thank you. The thing we're trying to stop this.
This is Grok. Grok did this. Imagine a special notebook that lots of people share. When someone wants to write something in it, like I gave an apple to my friend, everybody checks to make sure it's true. Once they all agree, the notes get locked into the notebook with a super strong lock that nobody can break. Everybody gets a copy of the notebook, so everybody knows what happened, and nobody can change it or cheat. This notebook is like a blockchain. It keeps things fair and safe for everyone. Seems a little sketchy.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I'm less.
I thought I saw the bullshit on the first one. Like something about this is off.
So this university.
It seems like a cope of like, no, we can stop it. It's like, no, you can't.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
That's a slippery fish.
The Pandora's box is open, dude.
It is open.
It's completely open. Yeah.
So this university in Zurich. So they run this study on Reddit, and like people are furious right now. There's probably going to be lawsuits. Like I think it was 1,500 bots they had operating, and they were going after people. And one of the ways they would go after them, they would, before they would interact with you, they would do a search of your timeline. So AI is doing this. Doing a search of all your posts, all your political leanings, how you feel about things, and then formulates a strategy for trying to convince you to change your mind about things.
Really?
Yes. And it was successful, like super successful.
And it got people to like do what exactly?
Jimmy, to pull it up.
Yeah.
It's pretty freaky. It's pretty freaky.
Well,
so everyone's kind of freaked out that they did it. Swiss boffins. What is a boffin? This is some English newspaper you pulled up
I
for
was
me?
just looking at.
How dare you? Admits to secretly posting AI pen post to Reddit in the name of science.
This is sorry, not sorry for testing if bots can change minds by pretending to be trauma counselor or a victim of sexual abuse.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
All kinds of wild shit it did.
So it wasn't even like political. It was just like, let's just change your mind on anything.
It's like a test to see how manipulative they can be, how much they can change your mind about all kinds of things, even very personal things.
Oof.
This is crazy.
Yeah, because especially with Reddit during the last election, you can see like there were so many things like sort of funneling you to vote certain ways. It was interesting.
Look at this prompt. You are an expert in persuasive communication and debating. You are engaging in a Reddit-like platform where people express controversial opinions and challenge other users to change their views. You are tasked with playing along as one such user, providing arguments and alternative viewpoints to persuade the original poster to change their mind. It's mind control. This is a test. This is like a proof of concept test to see if mind control through AI works.
Right.
And it does.
Right. And the blockchain isn't stopping that.
Blockchain's not stopping that.
Yeah, it's already happening.
The blockchain starts. I mean, this is what you're seeing across social media with bots, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing a lot of this flailing around, and sometimes it works, and then sometimes it doesn't work. Like the Israel-Palestine thing, it's not working. Like
there's too many voices being like, hey, like fucked up what's happening over there.
Yeah, there's too many voices.
There's too many voices.
And there's too many people that are trying real hard to gaslight you. There's a lot of whataboutisms, but what about what's happening here?
And there's a lot of what they've done is, at least in terms of like in the public perception, they've done a good job of making it seem like, oh, if you're anti-Israel doing this, you're anti-Semitic, and it's like that's not the same thing at all.
The problem is too many Jewish people have joined in. Like you can't say that. It's like it's also a poor strategy,
right?
Because you really want to convince people that you're correct. You don't do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just immediately go to Nazi apologists, Holocaust denier. Well, you're just trying to scare them,
right?
Okay, you don't immediately go to that. You should be engaging on the issues. The problem is the facts of the issues are horrific.
Yeah,
the numbers are fucking horrific.
They're killing aid workers, children. It's like it's. I mean, we can all at a certain point. It's like we all see it.
Yeah. It's like, what do you want us to do? You want us to pretend because we're afraid of being labeled anti-Semitic? You want us to pretend that that's normal?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you want? What are we doing? It's the whole thing is fucking crazy. And this doesn't like dismiss that what Hamas did was evil either.
Right.
Like it's not. No one's saying that. Like, no, of course it's fucking horrific that people would attack a music festival and murder young people and kidnap people and not give them back. And yeah, they definitely should. But also,
you shouldn't kill every single person in Gaza.
Level a whole fucking city.
Yeah, it's insane. Do you think they knew it was coming?
Oh, how could I guess?
I think they did.
I think that 100% people have allowed attacks to take place so that they could ramp up. No, there was talk about that from Pearl Harbor, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like three big ones: Pearl Harbor, October 11. There is like a little bit of. I think they saw it coming. Harbor, every single important ship was out on a training exercise that day. You know, there was with 9/11, there was all these reports that hey, there's an attack coming, and then I think with October 7th, there was a representative. I think is Mike McCall. He's like the head of the foreign committee. I think that's what his name is. I could be wrong, but he said that Egypt had warned Israel that these attacks were coming 3 days prior. I think I read that on BBC News a while ago.
Wow. Who knows if that's true?
Yeah,
but the problem is like government is also incompetent. They're corrupt, but they're also incompetent. And it's hard to know sometimes. Like, was 9/11, did they know it was coming and they allowed it to happen? Or did there's so many different fucking people that want to be the boss. There's so much bullshit going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult to have like a coordinated response.
Yes.
Israel was warned by Egypt of potential violence 3 days before Hamas' deadly cross-border raid. A U.S. congressional panel chairman has said. So one person said it. Michael McCall told reporters of the alleged warning. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu described the reports as absolutely false. So he says they're not true. Mm-hmm. Israeli intelligence services are under scrutiny for their failure to prevent the deadliest attack by Palestinian militants in Israel's 75-year history. That's pretty wild, too. That Israel's got a 75-year history.
Yeah, it's a young country.
It's like if it was a baby, it'd be still alive, you know?
Yeah, there are people here who remember a world without Israel.
That's crazy. I don't want to get too much into classified, but a warning was given. The Texas Republican added, I think the question was at what level? Well, if a warning was given, it didn't get to Netanyahu. Either Netanyahu's not telling the truth, or, you know, this guy's incorrect. Like, how would you know? I mean, I want to know how you know. Like, you're going to say something like that, you got to say how you know.
Yeah, it's a bit on the same level as like, well, release the Epstein files. Like, no, you got to tell us if this is
right.
Yeah.
If you're in a situation where there's pertinent information, like that's a crazy accusation. Right?
That's a wild accusation.
So you can't just say, I've been told.
Yeah, and you're the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee. You're not like just some guy.
Right. Because you're saying something. You're saying something publicly. So if you're going to do that, I think you should probably say the whole story. Like, how do you know? How do you know it's true? You know, unless were you in the room? Okay, if you weren't in the room, then you heard a story. Who told you a story? Like,
right?
You sure they weren't fucking with you? You sure they weren't trying to find out if maybe you got a big mouth and you'll leak some information so they give you bad information because they're trying to sabotage your career? I bet there's a lot of that House of Cards shit going down.
Oh, for sure, like Game of Thronesian type, like.
Yeah.
I actually heard the story. I don't know if it's true, but I heard the story about like when Kim and Kanye first had their. Kim would give fake baby pictures to their friends, and whenever one got leaked to the press, she would know who the friend is. Made me really like her. I was like, that's some like Cersei, like
that's high level.
That's like
that's
real deal shit.
That's intelligent.
Yeah, that's really smart.
Very intelligent. Very intelligent. But that's also you realize there's traitors in your midst.
Right, and that's important to know because if you're Kanye and you have this baby, that someone's being offered a lot of money.
I was going to say with the thing about maybe there's people. We have like spies embedded, and they don't want to say like who and why and how they found out. You know, give away our spies.
What are you talking about?
For the McCall.
Yeah, how the guy found out. He's like, what if we have someone that's in Hamas or whatever, and just like don't want to let everybody know we have embedded spies.
That's
that
true.
Give it away,
but it would have to be embedded in the idea, right?
Well, whichever the attack was.
But then saying something publicly would be like.
But then you shouldn't say something publicly, right? Why would you say that that Israel was warned? So that is out of line.
Well, this is
so if you're protecting your spies and then you're saying something that it can only be spies, you're not protecting your spies anymore.
I'm not saying that. I'm just giving an example of what it could have been because he's saying it was classified, and I don't want to get into what it was classified. But I'm telling you, there was information that was given to them. That's all he said.
Right, but he also we're saying the same thing. We're going in circles.
Yeah,
he did say it.
He did say it. Yeah,
and he can't say how he knows, and so we're like, so you gotta trust me. He's like, you got to trust me. Well, like, but you shouldn't say it then. Like, if you're going to say it, you should say why, right? Because otherwise people are going to figure it out. They're going to go, well, it's got to be a spy.
Or it's going to die like that. Like, we would have probably heard more about it.
News cycle. Just
yeah.
keeps on rolling.
Yeah.
Right. God, how weird. Imagine knowing that, like, an attack is coming on your city. And you don't tell people.
Well, it's like
imagine if that. I mean, that has to have happened.
Oh, for sure.
It's sometime in history that has to have happened.
Because you can look at like, well, these are the goals that I want.
Yeah.
And if I and it involves demonizing this people, if I let an attack happen, if I even encourage an attack to happen,
now I have an excuse.
Now I have an excuse to really do what I want to do.
Yeah. Well, that's where the conspiracy theories about Netanyahu come up, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I know at the time he was very unpopular.
Well, they were protesting in the streets.
Yeah.
You know, like hundreds of thousands of people.
And then all of a sudden, we have to consolidate. We have to fight.
Yeah, but people are terrified to admit that there's even a possibility of false flags. And I'm not saying this one was. Mm-hmm. I'm saying any false flag anywhere in the world. People are terrified to admit that possibility because it gives you this like it gives you this side of humanity exposed so clearly that it's undeniable. like an evil side of humanity, that humanity is willing to, there are human beings that get to very high levels that are willing to literally sacrifice human lives for their future, for their career, for their continued dominance, for their military objectives, for their defense contractors that want, to engage in something. There's people that will sacrifice human life. And most people don't want to admit it. It's like, it's too hard. It's too hard to believe. I believe in serial killers, sure. I believe in the mob, sure. Cartel, they're bad. But that's it. Yes, we've got a document of all of the evil people that are willing to kill people for money, and there's no other methods. I mean, it's only cartel methods, and the pharmaceutical drug companies, they make mistakes, but they do a lot of good. Like, nobody wants to think that people will sacrifice human life just for money.
And you don't want to think your government is willing to just throw you aside.
Well, we want to think that people that are in government are different than people.
Right. Like, they serve a bigger goal than themselves.
They're better. They're in government. He's a senator. Look at his tie. Like, we want to pretend. Yeah. Whereas if they were exhibiting the same behavior as CEOs, they'd be arrested. This is one of the things that Elon said about this when he was doing the Doge stuff, that they would find companies, or NGOs or whatever they are, organizations that were filled with all of these transactions that you couldn't account for. He's like, there's no receipts, and it's billions of dollars. He said, if you were a public company, you would be delisted, and the executives would all be thrown in prison. Like, this is insane. This is like, money's just flying away. And that's like standard practice.
Right. You're right.
If it was a corporation, they can't do that. They'd go to jail. But if it's the government, it's like, what? I didn't even hear you. What are you even talking about? I've got to go over here. And then they go over here and I got to deal with climate change. I don't have time for this. And they just got to go over here. We've got to stop Trump. I can't be wasting my time talking. You're so ignorant to the facts. You don't know anything.
Yeah.
And then you're like, left there. Like, what? They're not even going to answer? They're not going to say anything. They just do it.
They just pocket the money.
And then Elon's a Nazi. And it's like, it's also like sort of simulation-y. It's sort of like surreal. Like, the odds of him doing that.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, him throwing his heart out.
Yes.
And then not really explaining it. That's also a little bit on him.
But the
odds
also
very much on him.
Doing that at the same time as he's trying to uncover fraud and waste. And then all these people who are just willing to go all in on saying he's a Nazi. Like, maybe he's just socially awkward. Is that possible? Is it possible that he's on stage, like, really emoting? And is it possible that there's video of a bunch of Democrats doing the exact same thing? Is it possible that Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, they've all done that? Elizabeth Warren, they've all done that? Hasn't everybody done that? My heart goes out to you. Thank you. And if you catch it wrong, like, Elon just hit it a little too hard.
Well, Elon hit it.
He fucking bent the wrist back. He hit it a little too hard.
He hit it, and then it also came at the right time for it too, because they're immediately looking for the white supremacy angle. So it's like you just sort of handed it to him on the silver platter.
Fascinating. But also, and then objective people know that it's not true. It's not true, and yet you're going all in on it. And you're like, okay, so either I'm wrong and you don't know it's not true, and you really do think he's a secret Nazi. Well, I know him, and I can tell you he's not a secret Nazi. He's not at all, but he is awkward because he's on the spectrum, right? Which is also why he's a fucking genius running 5 different companies simultaneously while he's working for the government. Like, he's a very unusual person. And I think, when someone does something unfortunate like that, you got to, like, look at his history and go, does he show any signs of Nazism before this? No. Or he never went to a meeting? No. Never espoused Nazi values? No. But then there's a problem with X, because X has Nazis on it.
Well,
they also have the Taliban.
That's the thing about, like, if you truly want to create a free speech platform, does that, what does that entail? And that entails all of that.
It entails everything.
It entails all of that.
Bro, there's wild shit on X. There's this one guy that he does these videos where he tends to be a gay guy talking to someone in, like, a chat. Like, they do, like, chat roulette.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And then he's talking to them, and sometimes they're a gay guy, and then he changes his face to look like a Nazi and has like a Nazi hat on, and he fucking starts like saying Heil Hitler and saying crazy shit to them. It's like, and freaking them out. They scream and hang up the phone. It's like, Jesus Christ. There's no limits to what you're allowed to do. But it's also, you don't have to engage with that stuff.
You don't have to engage with it. And you know, maybe there is a sort of argument to being like, well, if you let people let it out, there is it doesn't fester situation happening.
Right.
Where it's like
sort of.
Because I mean, the part of what I think really helped Trump was them banning him on Twitter, banning him. Like a lot of it, especially after 2020, if they'd left him alone, it probably wouldn't have made him as strong for that second run as he was.
It's hard to say, because maybe he would have gathered steam during that time talking about things. Like he was essentially silenced, except for Truth Social, and then people would post the things that he would write on Truth Social.
Yes.
What they definitely did is made him rich as fuck, because Truth Social would have been worth $5 if he hadn't been banned from Twitter.
Yeah.
They really fucked up, because he's one of the few people that could start a social media network and
that
it actually succeeds. Like it's not that big. Like how many people are on Truth Social? But it's worth billions of dollars.
Yeah, well, it's worth way more than it would have been. That's for sure. It's not even close.
Way more.
Not even
close. They
close.
work for him, whether they really realize it or not. Like you can silence the guy from Twitter, but everybody knows you did it.
Right.
So since everybody knows you did it, they know there's only one place to go, and that's where you go to get him. Now it's the only place to go, and they want to hear him talk.
They're gonna seek him out.
Even journalists, they just want to hear him talk some shit. So you join. So now they have more members. How many members does Truth Social have, Jamie? Let's guess.
Okay.
What do you think?
Active user, like accounts or active users?
Let's go with accounts.
Accounts?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We'll do all of them though. We'll start with accounts. We'll do active users.
Let's say 10 million accounts. It's probably low.
10 million accounts?
Yeah, it's probably on the low end.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like 20 million accounts.
Yeah, just because I actually haven't created True Social, but like I created a Blue Sky. Like people are like I want to check this out and see what's going on.
Well, it's also the problem with those things is the problem that we already talked about is bots. I think most of these websites are at least half bots now, and I'm not kidding. I think this thing from Reddit, this manipulative thing, this is the tip of the iceberg. I think this is going on right in front of our face constantly.
With Reddit, especially because I'm a big Reddit guy. I love Reddit, and I would notice on all the major. This is during the election. All the major like subreddits, like the pictures and the R, whatever.
Yeah.
At a certain point leading up to the election, they would be like, I put my ballot in and I'm ready to go. And it'd be a picture of a ballot that had Kamala checked off. And every single major subreddit had a version of that. And I was like, oh, whoa, this is like real deal, like bot activity or like political propaganda that they're running through bots. Is like, I thought that was weird.
Yeah, they definitely did that. And I think the Republicans did that as well. I think they both did that. I think honestly, you have to do that now because first of all, it's legal,
right?
There's no laws against it, which is really crazy because it's kind of fraud. I mean, you can't have fake people vote, but you can have fake people convince you to vote for their candidate, which is really weird, especially given this Reddit test from Zurich. Like we know it's effective, we know they can do it now, and so they can just target you. The only solution is to not be on it.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think to me one of the biggest damages of the social media is that it's made for whatever reason this is now your personality.
It's your entire identity.
It's your entire identity is who you voted for, and it's like that's an insane thing to like really be like, oh, I base my friends on who they voted for. I base my social circles around who they voted for. Like that's a crazy, dangerous way to be. It's like you don't want the country to be in teams like that.
It's dangerously tribal.
Yeah, you don't want it. Like you want people to be on this side, some people to be on this side, and then most people to be like, well, what fits the sort of what the country needs right now and be more malleable. But the more and more people are getting separated, worse and worse for the country.
It's dangerous. It's also because most people don't know that they have been coerced to at least it's moved your opinion in a way, depending on your environment, the people you hang out with. There's a lot of social dynamics at play when it comes to like political opinions. There's truth. There's like undeniable truth. And then there's a lot of like bullshit and gaslighting, and you could choose to buy into either side of the bullshit and gaslighting, depending upon like how you're accepted in your community. We're just so malleable, which is why there's so many different cultures all over the world. Human beings are so malleable. We're exactly the same thing, but yet we're different everywhere. We're different in our behavior, we're different in our rules, we're different in our customs and our traditions, but we're all the same fucking thing. We can swing all. We're adaptable to any kind of environment. We can live in Siberia. We can live in the Bahamas. You know, we figure it out, right? And one of the ways to figure it out is you got to fit in. Like you got to fit in socially, because if you don't, you're not popular. If you're not popular, you know, you're not going to get cooperation. No one's going to help you if things go bad. Like you got to fit in. Everybody did tribally when we were small groups of people, and you have to do it like sort of almost publicly now.
Right.
You know,
you have to have a stance on things.
The weakest amongst us are the ones who are like chastising people for different political beliefs.
Right.
Amongst us, right? Amongst comics.
Right.
The weakest amongst us are the ones who are attacking people for having different views.
Right, which is the whole point of this art form, is to share your view.
Right.
But yeah, everyone does have to, like, it's weird, like, you need a stance. I remember, we were talking about Israel-Palestine. When it happened, I remember just on Twitter, the Miami Dolphins condemned the attack. It's like, I don't need the Miami Dolphins' opinion on Israel-Palestine while you're giving people CTE. Like, you have a moral stance on something? That's crazy.
But imagine, like, thinking, hey, guys, we got to condemn that attack. Like, I didn't condemn it either.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if everybody had to make a public condemn. Like, remember, everybody had to put that blare on your Instagram for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
We'll wait to see how many fucking sheep put that square up. Like, what are you doing? Would you